Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and we are taking the news in one story at a time tonight. Today is Freedom Friday, so we have the freedom to sit back and talk online without any interference from government censors. And that's the nice thing about this show. Because I'm not bought off by Rupert Murdoch or the kind of people that pay Alex Jones, and because we don't take funding from any sources to do this, and we don't draw any money from our residual savings that we have from donations, we are a veritable life raft of freedom of speech on the internet. And we're growing in numbers because our rebroadcast on UHF TV is really helping us spread the word about this third party among people all around the world. The good news is that we're reaching close to 1 billion people daily. The bad news is they're all poor. But I feel for you, I really do. All the people in the world who are watching us because they can't afford to have an internet connection have got to understand that I am thinking of everyone when I talk about building this third party in America. We're trying to change our political policies so that they don't impinge upon other countries, and we aren't the terrible nation we've been to other countries dropping bombs and unmanned aerial vehicles on countries, innocent countries, like Yemen. And Obama did it. Trump did it. Trump, 8 days into the presidency, decided he'd go against his military suggestions of his advisors, and he would use a UAV against 31 people in Yemen that weren't even terrorists. He killed them. Donald Trump killed those people, 31 people. None of them were terrorists. One was an 8-year-old little girl. This behavior is absolutely outrageous. And the fact that our presidents haven't even been called to task and held accountable for what they've been doing, including Obama and George W. Bush, is beyond belief. We love the fact that you're watching our show, and that viewership is part of why we do the show. We also believe that this is an inevitable reality that a third party will happen in America. And I want to be at the center of that happening. I want to be the person to make it happen. The people in the country, according to a Gallup poll, 57% have said that they want a third party. Yet America continues to be shunned. Our entire message is being ignored by the mainstream media and has been for 10 years. So as we continue to fight for our freedom, you've got to understand that if you think you've got freedom without fighting for it, you don't. You don't have freedom unless you fight for it. It's like a muscle. If you don't use it, it disappears and atrophies. And I use the freedom of speech that I have in America to create a blackface video impersonating Barack Obama when I realized that I was being censored. In just about 10 or 50 days of constant broadcasting prior to the 2008 election, when Obama was elected, I ran 500 hours of broadcasting, then I did a press release talking about what I had done, and nobody responded. 200 different press releases ignored by the media. I found out from a friend of mine that, a non-friend, because I separated. I no longer have him as a friend. He was a guy I dormed with in college. He said, "Dave, I didn't know you were running for president." He called me out of the blue. And I said, yeah, I am. He said, well, he found out because he's a journalist. So those press releases got through to their source. They just didn't respond. So I know that the press releases were ignored, and every single mainstream media that has ignored this effort, they'll pay a very dear price someday. I'm not going to be kind to the media. In fact, I will be invoking a thing called the Fairness Doctrine, which Trump doesn't even have the brains to do. The Fairness Doctrine requires all networks, including the one we're on, Vaughn and iBlog, all networks to offer anything in the public interest. Right now, you can't get anything onto ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, or Fox. Everything's screened. But in the future, you'll be able to get your video played in the evening if you digitally submit, and it checks out for bad words and offensive language. But this is the kind of thing we need to encourage, and the Fairness Doctrine will do just that. I'll be invoking the Fairness Doctrine as a way of making sure these news agencies are accountable and stop producing BS and fake news. We're also going to make sure that If this country is being ignored, we're going to get accountability from our officers and policemen who are unable to present any evidence of real terrorist attacks. We've got a lot of things happening in the country that are pushing for gun control, yet little or no evidence that they've happened. And every time we hear about a terrorist attack, we always wonder, where's the evidence? There is none. The more you look for evidence, the less you find. They think that they can pull one over our eyes. They think that we're all essentially asleep, and they get away with it. They think we're sheep. But we're not sheep, and we're not asleep, and we are motivated to talk about politics. You guys wouldn't be here every night talking about this stuff if you didn't find it interesting. I'm not on any watch list. That's a lie. I'm not on any watch list that I know of. Trump pushes back on reports of conflict between Pompeo and Bolton amid Iran tensions. The only real conflict is Donald Trump wants to start wars with every country he doesn't seem to get along with. That's the only conflict here. Bolton and Pompeo are completely off kilter because Bolton is a hardcore right-winger who, as our national security advisor, is pushing for a very strong arm in areas like Iran and Iraq. Whereas Pompeo is a guy who will say whatever he has to say just to get, whatever he has to get done. Here's Pompeo actually admitting to a group of people that he's speaking to, he's our Secretary of State, that he totally lied, cheated, and did everything as a CIA director. Listen to this.
I was the CIA director. We lied, we cheated, we stole. It was like we had entire training courses. It reminds you of the glory of the American experiment.
The glory of the American experiment is to lie, cheat, and steal, according to this guy. So he's our Secretary of State. No wonder Kim Jong-un felt like he was dealing with a mobster. And no wonder Bolton is in disagreement with him, because Pompeo is like a bowl of Jell-O. You negotiate with a guy who will lie, cheat, and steal. It's like, how do you find out where he's coming from? Now, I don't have a lot of disrespect for Bolton. I don't have a lot of disrespect for Pompeo. Frankly, I don't even know who they are. But I can tell you their policies are half-witted and not well thought out. We're not going to be able to seek any type of détente with countries like Iran if we proceed with this iron fist approach. And Donald fell into that last week. And he's also starting to talk about, attacking North Korea again. I mean, this guy just never learns. He continually runs his mouth way ahead of his brain. His mouth is in gear, but his brain is not. He's got constipation of the brain and diarrhea of the mouth, Donald Trump does. And consequently, it's a shitty mess, frankly. A president like this is a disgrace to this country. And when our country's seen around the world by other people, they look at not just Trump being an airhead, a buffoon, and an idiot, but they see us as being airheads, buffoons, and idiots for allowing this president to continue to lie, cheat, and steal and use Putin's assistance to get elected. Yeah. So we're seen by the rest of the world as a bunch of imbeciles. That's just the way it is. I hope you realize that that's what's happening. And I wouldn't doubt that Trump is going to pick Putin as his running mate in 2020. I don't see why not. I mean, Trump-Putin would be a good combo for the future for the Republican Party. But we are tired of this, and this is going to be revealed. William Barr has been cited with contempt by Representative Nadler. It's just a matter of time before felony charges are levied. And because William Barr considers this a joke, he will be going to jail. That's what's going to go down. Meanwhile, Mueller looks like he didn't finish his report. He didn't follow up on the Paul Manafort trial, the second trial, in which it was involving money laundering, which would have shown a direct pathway of Russian oligarchs funding Donald Trump. Now Donald Trump is acting like a guilty man, trying to avoid anyone accessing his IRS records, even though he himself said, "Oh, I'll gladly show you my IRS records, no problem." Total lie. And he's also trying to block any access to the money he owes Deutsche Bank and Capital One, which are potentially players in this money laundering issue. Deutsche Bank has already been called out as dealing with Russian money launderers. So, yeah, even if he pardons Barr, it doesn't matter, because then impeachment is an automatic thing. Representative Nadler, who is the chair of the Judiciary Review Committee, has said that he stands for the rule of law. He will do what has to be done. And he said he doesn't want to impeach, but Trump is making it increasingly difficult for him to avoid impeachment. So the more Trump mouths off, the more likely he'll be impeached, at least by the House. Okay, somebody got somebody unbanned. Okay. You got Bingo unbanned. Well, Bingo, you made a few weird things that were just. I don't think Putin being vice president would be illegal in our country. He could claim he was born in Honolulu, like Barack Obama. Barack Obama didn't have to present any proof that he was born in Honolulu. When he did, it was a complete fake, false, and forged document. I think Vladimir Putin could claim he was born in Honolulu and easily run for office as a vice president in our country. We have no checks and balances, nothing to prevent a homosexual who's married to a transgender from being our president for 8 years, so why would we worry about Vladimir Putin running as vice president? He could easily lie and say he's born in Honolulu, yeah. Just because he was president all these years in Russia doesn't mean he can't be vice president in America. Yeah. Anything's possible when our country's completely corrupt. Okay, an Ohio State doctor sexually abused at least 177 male students, according to an investigation. Can you believe this? It's like Dennis Hastert, the former Speaker of the House, who butt raped 4 boys and only served 13 months in jail. Butt raping 4 boys when he was a wrestling coach and only got 13 months. This guy's probably going to get out in about, when they arrest him, he'll be charged with maybe 6 or 7 counts. He won't get 177 counts. For nearly 2 decades, a doctor at the Ohio State University sexually abused at least 177 male students, according to an exhaustive independent investigation commissioned by the university. Most of the doctor's abuse happened under the auspices of providing the students with medical treatment. Richard Strauss worked at OSU from September of 1978 through March of 1998, primarily as a doctor with the athletic department of the Student Health Center. The investigation found that the university personnel became aware of Strauss's abuse as early as 1979. We're talking 177 butt rapes and 1 reach around. Unbelievable. Sorry to be so blunt here, but this is pretty sad what's happening. As a result, Strauss was suspended from working as a treating physician at OSU. They eventually removed him from his departments, but kept him on as a tenured faculty member. He voluntarily retired in 1998 with emeritus status, but Strauss took his own life in 2005. Apparently, the guilt of having molested and raped 177 boys finally got to him. Okay, so that story is no longer relevant. Next, the boys will be suffering the rest of their life, but no remuneration. I think the school should pay up big time to every one of those boys who was raped by that man. Well, I have a 3-strike law that I will put in effect in our military. And the 3-strike law will be implemented immediately once I become president. Anyone who's found guilty of having committed 3 rapes or molestations in the military will be immediately court-martialed and executed. I might want to spell court-martialed correctly. All right. Yeah. You like that idea? There has to be 3 proven cases of butt rape. Well, Joe Biden hasn't proven to be a sexual deviant. Having touched children indecently in front of cameras is not really a crime, really. I mean, he just touched their hair and tried to reach down to their body and grab them. In one case, he was grabbing the little girl's breast area. Yeah. But Joe Biden's got a real weird need to like touch and handle little children. Whatever he's doing is beyond belief, and the fact that he's even running for president is even more disturbing. I know the president can't make laws independently except when it relates to the military. I could execute an order that would be handled by all the military personnel. I'm not trying to do this nationally. I didn't suggest I'm going to make a 3-strike law nationally, but I'm going to use it in the military. One guy was molesting 29 men and women. He visibly raped 29 men or women. And in the process, he only got 15 years in Leavenworth. He'll be out in 5 years. So if I become president in the next few years, I'll reapply the law to him, and he'll be the first to be executed. David, I think I'm being raped by the medical industry. My allergy doctor sent me to the pulmonologist, and now my pulmonologist is sending me to get blood work and CAT scan and some heart tests. This is ridiculous. I don't want to go all to this crap. Well, there you have it. You know, I can't say don't get your tests, because I think the doctors are trying to kind of carry you down that road to making lots of money on you. But they may find the problem. It may be systemic. Ask your doctor. You know, if I were you, I would get a second opinion before you go through all those tests. Maybe find a nice holistic / medical doctor that might be able to help you. Seriously. I'm not trying to talk about butt rape as something you shouldn't. I'm saying it's a serious subject. That's why I thought it would be important to mention it. Dennis Hastert, our former Speaker of the House, butt raped 4 boys when he was wrestling coach and was charged the crime and then only served 13 months. There are guys with 4 files on their computer that were children under 18 are serving 4 years in jail right now. There are people all across the country with files on their computer that are serving big time jail time and have never touched anybody. Yeah. So this is unfair, and justice did not get served when Dennis Hastert got away with it. Dennis Hastert, by the way, is a close friend of Tony Podesta, the brother of John Podesta, the alleged Pizzagate guy. This story gets really intense the more you look into it. So if we have a guy who turned around to a 13-year-old girl running for president,
he knows I mean. I genuinely mean.
You know our country's screwed up.
This guy's more integrity than his finger the book.
Big group shot, come on in.
Do you know what my dad used to say? Your granddaughters have one important job. Take care of their father. That's the most important one.
Okay, and the gentleman with the baby, could you guys come over? Okay, yeah, can I get a couple of you? Just give you here.
It's a long band while I was walking.
Okay, right at this point, he's telling this little girl something. She's 13 years old. And we have a copy of what Joe Biden was saying to this little girl. That Scissor Fight amped the volume up on it so we can listen to it. Very few people in the world have heard this close up. But we have amped the volume up on it so you can hear it if you've got decent hearing. Yeah, you're going to hear him tell this little 13-year-old how horny he gets being around a 13-year-old. Yeah, she does need to be questioned. I agree. Good point, Metanemesis. You're going to hear him say how horny he gets being around a 13-year-old and to ask about the film he made with his daughter, Ashley. What kind of a pervert tells a 13-year-old how horny he is and then says you ought to check out the film he made with his daughter, Ashley? I mean, it doesn't get worse than this. Biden's not going to be able to slip out of this one. But so far, the mainstream media has not played this video. I'm going to play it for you and let you decide what's going on. Here it is. Scissor Fight, up the volume to the max. Check it out.
Times when he gently rearranges a young girl's hair and whispers in her ear, then rearranges some more. There's the morning pervy here as he leans in for a kiss.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, come on, slide in here.
Thank you. Maggie.
Okay, this is the scene right here.
All right.
Okay, no matter what Biden does, he can't slip out of that one. And as much as he says he's been improper around touching people, he's not going to be able to pull this one off. And we want to see the film he made with his daughter, Ashley. Yeah, so let's see that film, Joe. We're all wondering what kind of a film you would make with your daughter, Ashley. So you people who support Trump may want to look at Putin as a vice president for the coming election, since you're a bunch of traitors who have no clue as to how Trump is owned by the Russian government. This is your average Trump tard here. That's right. He refuses to look at the truth about Trump, all the maneuvering he did with Russia prior to the election. And not one person in the Republican Party has even asked Donald Trump to show some transcripts of his private conversations with Putin. That's how stupid these people are. And Trump made a film with Russian diplomats. Two diplomats in the TASS news agency met with him the day after he fired James Comey, along with meeting Henry Kissinger on the side to talk about Russia. I mean, Trump couldn't be a bigger puppet of the New World Order if he tried. And you people think this is a joke? That it's a joke for our country to be run by Russians? You people are traitors, you Republicans. You should abandon Trump now and restore your party to what it could have been prior to this nightmare. All right. Mnuchin defies the House Democrats' subpoenas for Trump's tax returns. Mnuchin is going to be going to jail. Our Treasury Secretary and our Attorney General is going to be going to jail because the House has more power to look at all of these tax returns than Trump realizes. Mnuchin can't stonewall the tax returns. We can pull these tax returns by law. The Ways and Means Committee has the ability to do that. There's precedent for this. Now, yesterday, Republican senators met with Jared Kushner to talk about the immigration plans of Donald Trump. Thank you. And I can tell you that Jared Kushner is clueless, and according to the Republican senators, Kushner is clueless about the immigration changes. Very strange. Okay. Again, Trump has put his son-in-law in a position of power, and believe it or not, Trump doesn't listen to the military minutes that are brought to him every day about our national security. Jared Kushner does. So instead of Trump listening to the top military strategists talking, Kushner does. And according to the Republican senators who have interviewed him about the immigration deal, they said he's clueless. So what kind of what purpose would he have to have top secret status listening to our top military strategists every morning? Unless he was going to use it for his own personal gain, because he hasn't done anything. Now, photos show the secret island getaway for alleged sex cult Nixivian. Wow, this news keeps getting better and better. We've got a real secret reveal here that they got their fingers caught in the cookie jar. These child sex traffickers and the alleged rapist, Keith Rainier, apparently had an island just like Jeffrey Epstein. There's pictures of the island right there, the retreat that he had. Nice. This is where the women were exercising to the point of being absolutely thin as a rail. They say that they could see veins underneath their skin. They were so weak and emaciated. He purposely starved these women that were in his cult. But here's the pictures of the islands they would go to have their beatific sex acts with Keith Raniere. Yeah. Newly released photos offer a never-before-seen peek on the Fijian island that Seagram's heiress Claire Bronfman helped buy for the accused sex cult leader Keith Raniere. The photos shown to jurors Wednesday during the Nixivium Head sex trafficking trial show breathtaking vistas, smiling members, and the group's resort headquarters. And filmmaker Mark Vicente, a former Nixivium member, said he took the photographs during a 2014 intensive, it's called, and sent them to Raniere. Yeah. And there she is, Claire Bronfman. She got 18 months for her involvement, which is absurd too, because she was involved in child sex trafficking at the Nixivium agency, and she only got a couple years for minor offenses. Talk about having money. And she's paying a huge fine, a huge settlement. I think it's something like $7 million or something to get out from $6 million to get out from under the bigger charges. But talk about money buying justice. She only got 18 months. Can you believe that? I never cut myself shaving, no. Unless I'm dealing with a really, really rusty shaver, and God knows I hate to get near an old shaver. I save money on razors by having an eye for value. I buy like the double-edged razors for a 100-pack for like $5. You can buy double-edged razors for next to nothing now. So I have enough razors to last the rest of my life. Avoid rusty razors. Feinstein caught talking to Prime Minister of Iran on an unsecured iPhone. When is this woman going to be yanked from service? She has already violated our national security by allowing her limo driver to get away scot-free, a Chinese man, privy to all kinds of top-secret information. This woman is incompetent. Levine says, what in the hell is Dianne Feinstein doing talking on an iPhone to the Iranian foreign minister? Having no clue about national security, and she's the one who have oversight over the CIA and NSA. That's her job. God, the Democrats are so incompetent. It's unbelievable. Levine TV host Mark Levine called on the hypocrisy of the Democrats after Senator Dianne Feinstein was caught on the phone with the Iranian foreign minister, and the media said nothing. He's the foreign minister to an enemy state that seeks to attack American military personnel in the Middle East, that seeks to put nuclear warheads on ICBMs that can reach the United States. It is a terrorist regime, an Islamo-Nazi regime in Tehran that has killed Americans, that funds Hezbollah to kill Americans, that funds Hamas to kill, and is a threat to our national security, obviously, Levine said. What in the hell is the ranking Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee doing talking on an iPhone around the Capitol to Javad Zarif? Yeah, you got Franken Feinstein, you've got John Kerry giving aid and comfort to the enemy. It's not enough that they released $155 billion to this regime. Now they're giving it advice against the President of the United States. You want to talk about the Logan Act? You want to talk about collusion? I was the one that raised the issue about John Kerry going over there and talking with... Hey, what's going on, buddy? You can't do that. I was one that came in here and told John Kerry was violating the Logan Act. Boy, you had a nice run there. Read my lips. Yeah, so apparently you can do anything you want now. Okay, you're getting off the Trump train and joining the Dave moped. Well, YouTube has some sites. Actually, if you go to americasthirdparty.com, the best way to get our promotion going right now, the best way to do a promotion for America's Third Party, and I've done it, I know it's easy to do, is you take the main page, go there, and right-click on that picture. Right-click on that picture. and go save image as, save it as ATP, and then go ahead and send it to your local Office Max and tell them to print up a poster 11 by 16 or 11 by 15, and you can do it in black and white or in color, and the prices are very affordable. Black and whites are like 25 cents. Have them printed on cardstock, and then have them laminated if you really want to make a poster. And that's expensive to laminate it, but I mean, you're into the whole poster for about $3. Okay? Yeah. And then just put that on your front yard. Thank you. Very simpler. High gloss, cardstock, doesn't matter. It looks great. And you can even print those in black and white if you really want to save money. Thank you. All right, so I'm sporting a hairdo that was originally fashioned by Beck, and I wanted to go with a Beck look today, you know, so I thought it'd be appropriate that I look like Beck, being I do look like Beck. And I was wondering what he did recently. I mean, he hasn't done a lot of film or video, but yeah, I was kind of going for that look. All right. Yeah, he and I look a little alike. You know, I could probably pass for his brother or something. I think he should do more work to impress us with his incredible talent. I think Beck is undervalued as a musician. I think he could probably step it up a bit. I'd like that, David. I'd like to be more famous, David. I think he's a really entertaining guy and probably could do more. All right, thank you. Good, you stop his ad attack. You managed to load up enough ad protection for your computer, Bengalitis, to stop that? You got pelted with banana peels? I doubt that. Okay, it's our Australian election today. I just voted. Bonham 848 just voted. Well, good for you. Are you going to vote for the soft tyranny police state with gun control? Biden's son gets away with cocaine pipe found in his car. Yeah, we featured this story the other day. I know. Bear with me. I've got a long 1 hour ahead of me because Sarah's going to be late today. Exclusive 2016 Arizona police report: cocaine pipe found in the car rented by Joe Biden's son Hunter Biden. A cocaine pipe. Authorities declined to prosecute him. Oh, they've been getting away with all kinds of stuff. And Ukraine just said that Hunter didn't do anything wrong, so they gave him a pass. Okay, I'll take a look at that Pitoro in just a bit. I got that link. Okay, and they found a few other things. They obtained a cocaine pipe, 2 DC driver's license, multiple credit cards, and personally identified information like a Delaware Attorney General badge and a U.S. Secret Service business card that police said bore his name. Now, Hunter Biden is not a U.S. Secret Service agent. So Joe Biden has a lot of explaining why his son had all these fake IDs after Breitbart has revealed this case. No, Sarah's having it's like a big raffle for baskets to generate money for the PTA. All the teachers that participate in the program put together baskets that are purchased by people that, you know, bid on them, and it generates money, a lot of money for the PTA. I was surprised. They make, you know, quite a bit of money on families get together, and I think they have a pizza night, and they give pizza out. I think they even charge for the pizza. But people come and bid on these baskets, and they have themes. So she's very interested in doing that. She's going to come back and talk about how well that went for her. I don't need PTA money. I have no need for money at all. In fact, I'm financially set for life. Unlike Trump, who's deep in debt, I don't have to liquidate properties to survive. I can just pretty much live humbly as a human being on this face of this beautiful earth without having to be a greedmonger like Trump and put our national security at risk. So unlike Trump, I am not materialistic. I'm the exact opposite, the polar opposite. Yeah, I gave Meta-Nemesis mods because I want him to have a sense of importance here too. He spends more time than anybody here. Well, you do too, Misanthropy. And many other people hang out in our show too. But I wanted him to have a sense of importance because, you know, you do a lot of things just hanging out and being a part of our show. So if I ever need a mod, I'll go to Meta-Nemesis. I'm not blaming you for not giving me money. I never said that I blamed you. I know that a lot of you don't have any money to donate. Shouldn't be a big deal. Yeah. And I don't take money from any foreign sources. I actually sent $100 PayPal back to a Norwegian guy who said, "Hey, I like your show. I just want you to have a good time, you and the missus." But I said, no, I can't take donations from foreign entities. Alki David, the guy who was recently arrested and then released on $300,000 bail, he had sent us $25 at one point, and we sent him money back because we can't take money from foreign sources. And I thought it was kind of funny for a billionaire to be sending me $25. I mean, come on. It was an insult. Anyway, I can't take foreign money, so that you don't have to blame yourself for anything. Guilt sucks. Just put guilt to rest. Okay, we're in the middle of America's Third Party show, and we're just getting started. So, as you know, these shows go on for 5 hours every night, 4 hours recorded. It's all part of a big plan. I haven't stopped. We keep doing this. We can't stop. We won't stop. Stop the deep state.
State-sponsored terrorism, the power of the deep state, false flags, COINTELPRO, MKUltra, government meddling in personal affairs, our privacy under attack. Fight back, America. Build this third party.
There is ample evidence that a concerted effort is going on to propagandize and control the political views of the American people. Their primary goal is to disarm the American people and to lead us toward an imminent fate that they see is the only way out, a new world order. Well, we say no. I support the nation-state model, and I support everything this organization is trying to do. I'm David Sponheim, and I support this message. Indeed, and we are always working on a way of revealing the truth about these secret organizations. In case you didn't know, in the 1990s, 1995, they did a complete investigation into the MKUltra program, and they found that the government was drugging people illegally and converting them into paid assassins. And the answer to the problem after the Senate subcommittee oversight occurred was for the entire MKUltra organization to go dark. They immediately shut it down and handed it over to a private contractor who didn't have to answer to the government. So they're still doing it, but now they're using private contractors like Blackwater and XE, or now known as Academy, the company run by Eric Prince, the younger brother of Betsy DeVos, who's a billionaire off of the door-to-door sales of, I guess her husband had Amway, and Betsy DeVos is an Amway billionairess who's now our Secretary of Education. She paid Donald Trump $9.5 million, which is a completely illegal donation, and it's a bribe to become Secretary of State, or Secretary of Education rather. You got to wonder how Trump has 6 billionaires in the cabinet, so how many of them had had to pay an entrance fee. You know, that's totally illegal, you know. Rod Blagojevich is still serving time for selling the U.S. Senate seat to Barack Obama, or at least trying to. He's got a 14-year sentence. He's still in jail. How can Trump get away with this? Your parents sold Amway, really? Well, the fortune of Amway went into Betsy DeVos's family's hands, and her younger brother has made a lot of money just training mercenaries. And I'm sure MK Ultra is part of their retinue of tools that they use to control people. So a couple of people are actually living in their van. Germ Rat Pig has a van life going on, and he's able to save money in this tough economy. A lot of people are getting Wi-Fi signals to get into our chat room from locations. Like, he's got a Wi-Fi signal he borrows from a location. Not many people can get ahead in this economy without living in your van. We showed you a guy who was working at as a firefighter last couple days ago, and he's been living in a van for a year. He says he saves $85,000 a year living in a van. Okay, we got another story. Donald Ward's attack on people with disabilities. It's hard to believe that Trump made fun of people who have mental problems and difficulties, let alone physical problems. But the man who says he's given more to Americans with disabilities than anyone else has faced a slew of lawsuits over an ADA compliance. Donald Trump, truth manipulator in chief, has again run afoul of reality, this time when he spoke about his relationship with Americans with disabilities. He defended himself by saying no one gives more than him, but as he maliciously imitated a New York Times reporter with a physical disability and followed it up by saying he had never met him and requested the publication apologize to Trump. I was very expressive in saying it, and they said I was mocking him. Trump told the crowd in Sarasota over the weekend, I would never mock a person who has difficulty. I would never do that. I'm telling you, I would never do it. He did it in front of everybody. He made fun of Charles Krauthammer, who's paralyzed from the waist down. I went out, I made a fortune, a big fortune, a tremendous fortune, bigger than people ever understand, Trump said in July after Krauthammer referred to him as a rodeo clown. Then I get called by a guy that can't buy a pair of pants. I get called names. This guy is pathetic. How can we possibly cling to him as a president? Thank you, Easy. How can we possibly think that he's a president when he's a complete buffoon? Thank you, Eric. And we've got Biden, the other Zionist, running against him in the upcoming election. There's some evidence that Bernie Sanders is presenting, claiming that Biden is rigging Gallup polls and getting all kinds of fake stats. Biden pulled a 46% support from the South Carolina poll recently. And I'm sure Bernie's a little upset about that. But it looks like they want to put Biden versus Trump in the 2020 election. Pervert versus adulterer. Yeah. And they're both Zionists. So the thing is rigged to support the Zionists who want a new world order. Go figure. The last thing they want is a third party to create challenges to their new world order global supremacy. And it's bad. I'm going to tell you something, that Pope Francis is now proposing a global new world order. Believe it or not, Pope Francis wants an end to national sovereignty and an establishment of global government. Can you believe this?
Pope Francis calls for end of sovereignty and establishment of global government. Written by Joe Wolverton, 2, JD Thursday, May 9, 2019. At a meeting of the Pontifical Academy held recently, Pope Francis, shown in white, advocated
Florida's
a policy
governor
of decreased national sovereignty and increased global unity. A shift toward globalism is necessary,
I just can't stand anybody who would embrace a new world order. It's so wrong. Every single psycho and despot in the world's history has tried to control the world, and these people are trying to do it again. And it's a recipe for disaster, because there's no way a global world government's going to solve the regional crises evolving in our world in every area. The nation-state model is the best way of governance, and it's proven to be that way for thousands of years, yet they still try to control or trying to take over the world, these people. Now, the New World Order is just the monarchy, the old monarchy, rebranding themselves. So using the Pope to do this is pretty typical. Now, Trump is falling into the category of being exactly like Barack Obama. No, I have never done that. Trump is now exporting people and hiring firms to transport illegal aliens to various sanctuary cities. This is news, yeah. Trump's doing exactly what Obama did. Thank you.
Today, he'll fight plans by the Trump administration to fly migrants from the Mexican border to his state. Migrants are already being flown to at least one other state, as we hear from Nikki Baptiste.
With the surge of asylum seekers, ICE and Border Patrol are now flying migrants from the Rio Grande Valley in southern Texas to cities across the country. A scene that unfolded tonight in San Diego when 100 migrants arrived for processing. This comes one day after 2 South Florida counties were upset with a plan that would bring thousands of migrants there.
We cannot accommodate in Florida just dumping unlawful migrants into our state.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
I think it'll tax our resources, the schools, the health care, law enforcement, state agencies.
CBS News reached out to the Department of Homeland Security and the White House, but neither has responded. Though some of these are not sanctuary cities, Trump is boasting about moving migrants.
Now we're sending many of them to sanctuary cities. Thank you very much.
He acts like that's a good thing to send them to sanctuary cities. This is absurd. This man is doing the exact opposite of what he said he was going to do. And he stole my idea of a 1,000-mile fence, called it a wall, and said Mexico could pay for it easily. Oh, no problem. Well, I suggest we build this beautiful wall, Mr. Trump, right now for $1 billion. I suggest that we take existing containers that are sitting in ports of entry right now, empty, and buy them for $2,000 a piece and put them together. My idea is something we can implement within a year. Trump has already wasted 2 years and hasn't built anything toward a wall. And now he's got a huge number of illegal aliens, which was predicted, and he's doing exactly what Obama did. It's crazy. So running with my idea was something he used to win the election, and now that he's done that, he doesn't really care. He doesn't really care about a fence. No. Trump is run by the people that control him, and they really just want no fence. They want our country to be wide open, and Muslims and basically non-Americans, illegals, coming in and raping us of our services. That's what the New World Order wants. They want to weaken our country. And they want us to do their bidding militarily around the world. Hey, tonight's going to be a freedom to live in a shipping container. That's right. The new craze is shipping container homes. And this guy does a new video every week, and Misanthropy just linked it to us. I wanted a fence, a 1,000-mile fence. I'm not irrational. Yeah. All right, so this guy interviews people for a living and makes money on AdSense. That's what he does. Let's take a look at this shipping container home that this guy built. It's a great way to save money. Ooh, I like it. Look at that. He's got an expanded roof and deck. Very cool. Nice. He's got a couple shipping containers all parked together, and then he lined them up in back. Look at that. With a little walkway between them. That's the way to do it. Did corrugated roofing. Nice job. Yeah, that'll be fun. We'll look at that tonight. It's not bad. You know, you cut costs extensively when building with shipping containers. So, yeah, we could build shipping container homes for illegal immigrants so we wouldn't have to send them to sanctuary cities. That's one idea that's been talked about here. Okay, thank you, Scissor Fight. Excuse me, Misanthropy. I will add that to our list tonight. And the Tiny House show continues on. So he's just going to send them off to other cities, and he's proud of that.
I'm proud to tell you that was actually my sick idea, but it's all good.
No, it wasn't. Barack Obama set up the sanctuary cities just to deal with the problem. It wasn't your idea, Trump, to use the sanctuary cities to dump people. What an idiot. What a total idiot.
Florida officials have been told to expect 2 plane loads of migrants each week, up to 1,000 people a month split between Palm Beach and Broward counties. Both are Democratic strongholds. The migrants do not face criminal charges, but would likely be released into the community awaiting immigration hearings. CBS News reporting found that 80% of the beds at the nation's largest detention center for immigrant families in Dilley, Texas, were empty last month. But U.S. Customs and Border Protection's Brian Hastings says they're overwhelmed.
The crisis at hand is causing us to look at multiple different locations where...
Look at this. This person couldn't even track 4,500 kids. He couldn't even wrap a little thing around their arms and take their fingerprint to make sure that we could track them. This complete buffoon ought to be fired immediately. And every one of the Border Patrol agents that are working should be replaced by our own National Guard. That was my idea back in the day, and I still contend we'd have better luck with our own military and put the Border Patrol out to pasture, basically. Give them jobs inland to deal with the problems. Take them away from the border, because right now they are so corrupt. They did a study, 10% of the recruits in the Border Patrol about 4 years ago came out with 61% liars in a lie detection test. 61% of the new recruits were lying. That's the kind of Border Patrol agents we have. And they're padding their own pocket, probably putting swimming pools in their backyard on the money they get from the coyotes. See? And they turn a blind eye when they know somebody's coming in with people in their trunk. They, oh no, it's okay. Yes, keep going. It's placenta spray. Well, this is not placenta spray. This is as you can see, my bottle's still filled. Fruit enzyme spray. Thank you. Oh, si, senor. Muy bien, David. Oh, it's good for illegal aliens to come over. No problem. Mr. Trump is very nice. You pay him extra money. You can work in the Trump Hotel, too. Yeah, he give you a work visa. No problemo. See? Mr. Trump is very good to illegal aliens, senor. This guy is the exact reason why we should be firing every Border Patrol agent out there. And this guy mismanaged the case so that now 4,500 kids are missing. Who knows? They might have been sold into sex trafficking, tortured, and killed by now. Trump hasn't even put a task force together to find these children and their parents. It's crazy. They're zip-tied and sent to cages. And Trump denies it. He says, oh, no, there's no cages. There's cages everywhere you turn. He's a symptom of sex trafficking and torture. No, he's just the guy in charge.
We have capacity to process, to fly these individuals to, simply so we can process them into the system.
Florida has no designated shelters or government funding for food and security for migrants.
Nikki Batista, New York City.
Broward County's mayor says he's worried about them becoming homeless.
No kidding. I'm worried about them becoming homeless too. Trump doesn't give a crap about the homeless, nor does he care about illegals. So you got a president who's sitting around doing nothing but patting his own pocket in the White House. Did you see he just made over $400 million last year in his Trump hotels? Probably 90 million came from the DC hotel where people stay there just to be close to the president. Total illegal conflict of interest. This is outrageous. Our country's never seen such a terrible, terrible president in the history of this nation. He makes Obama look good. Obama made George W. Bush look good. Every president we've had has made the previous one look better. Okay, father of a slain pregnant teen, Marlon Ochoa Lopez, blames these anti-immigration laws for the delay in an investigation. Wow. The baby was cut out of Marlon Ochoa's womb, sources say. This woman needs to get justice. She died. Her baby's clinging to life. They have acquired the 3 people that did it to her. But the father of 19-year-old Marlena Ochoa Lopez said during a Thursday press conference that while his family is thankful his daughter's remains have been positively identified, he cited these anti-immigration laws as the reason police didn't take action sooner and save a life. Ochoa Lopez migrated to the U.S. with her parents from Mexico when she was just 2 years old. Anyway, this is pathetic. Wow. And we just talked about Dianne Feinstein. Yeah, completely, absolutely talking on her iPhone with one of the top Iranian foreign ministers. Harvey Levine says, what the hell? What in the hell is Dianne Feinstein doing talking on an iPhone to an Iranian foreign minister? She's in charge of our intelligence committee and she doesn't do a damn thing. She's never done anything to stop the excesses of the NSA and the CIA and the FBI. And now she's breached national security by talking to an Iranian minister on an iPhone. And plus, she did have a limousine driver for 20 years that was working for China. And she went ahead and gave him retirement and I guess severance package to leave. What does China do with U.S. spies? They torture and execute them. Okay. They torture and execute U.S. spies. In the past 10 years, China has tortured and executed 18 U.S. spies. The U.S. has done nothing. And nothing with a limo driver that drove her for 20 years listening to all her conversations. This is unbelievable. We've got the most incredibly corrupt people running our country. And what about Prescott Bush, a money launderer for Adolf Hitler? Yeah. Remember him? Yep. Prescott Bush, the father of George H.W. and the grandfather of George W., was money laundering for Adolf Hitler. Yeah. And still we have these Bushes running, for office. George W. acts like he did a really good job. Yeah, you did. George H.W. did JFK and you did 9/11. They got to be really proud of themselves. Laura and I never did that. Have sex. Yeah, George's brother was the top security guy at the Trade Center before it was attacked. He was the guy who would have shut it down to get access to place bombs in the buildings. I know. You think George and Condoleezza Rice were getting it on? They had a little thing. What if I told you George W. Bush was gay? Would that freak you out? I don't have confirmation of that. We just have one male prostitute who claimed he was called into the White House on numerous occasions. Okay, we've got Madhouse doing his video thing over there, and we've got Four Paws with his cute little kitty cat. Thank you for coming in to the show and being a part of our show. The Bushes they're Nazi related. Yeah. I made this point a couple days ago. I think it's important to say that the Nazis really have invaded our government. Yeah. Operation Paperclip gave scientists a chance to come over here and work in an industry. And remember, the Nuremberg trial only prosecuted 29 people for killing millions of Jews. And I realized that a lot of those Germans got over here by pretending to be Jewish. And that's why a lot of the synagogues now have these Ashkenazis as their Jewish patrons. Ashkenazis are not Jewish. They're more related to Nazis. They changed Nazi into NASA. Right. Never a straight answer. The Americans employ Nazis. Russia is now contaminating our election process. Wow. We're far down that road, aren't we? You're right. Hitler escaped to an area in Argentina, and you know the FBI has a file on file right now with over 200 people that saw Adolf Hitler alive in Argentina and Brazil. 200 different eyewitness reports, all in their file. Did the FBI do one thing to investigate? No, because the FBI was compromised. The FBI had obviously given safe haven to Nazis, like Adolf Hitler. So now you're beginning to realize that our government agencies have been corrupted by Nazis. Kind of a weird wake-up call, isn't it, for Americans? Now, we need to solve the homeless problem. We can't just sit back and ignore it like the San Francisco Democrats are doing. They actually pay money to pick up crap. They've spent $750,000 a year to pick up crap on the street. I think there's a better solution. Putting in bathrooms. Yeah, spend some money on some bathrooms. That might save your money on the crap problem. It's just crazy how these Democrats think. You know, I'm not a person who turns against a person that stabilizes country after a terrible war. If you want to hate on Abraham Lincoln, you go right ahead. I personally think he did a pretty good job. He pulled it together, did his best. If you want to get anger right now, talk about the people that are alive, like Trump, Kissinger.
And various other matters. We're talking about Syria. Everybody knows Dr. Kissinger. And we're right now talking about Russia.
Yeah, he had to call Kissinger in when he fired James Comey to end the Russian investigation. Well, Kissinger, he's a war criminal. He was Secretary of State under Richard Nixon. When Richard Nixon ordered him to implement the bombing raids over Cambodia, Henry Kissinger probably said, "I will take it under advisement, Mr. Nixon. It is my true belief that this bombing raid will be essential in keeping the North Vietnamese from taking over South Vietnam." Henry, I think you're right. I think if we just drop the bombs on those Cambodians and violate international law, we'll be doing a good thing. Yes, Mr. President, I will be standing by your side. Who knows, man? These people have been manipulating politics for so long. I'm glad we finally figured this whole thing out, though. Without the internet, we would never have known how corrupt Kissinger and the New World Order is. But now that we know that Trump is pretty much in their back pocket, a lot of you Republicans who are seeing Trump turn a blind eye to the dangers of the 5G network are finally waking up to the fact that Trump is completely screwed when it comes to helping individual freedom and your rights to clean air and clean water. He's done nothing to advance any issues about cleaning the environment. Nothing. We can't take your calls unless you leave your name. I'm not a comedian. I'm a humorist. I don't do stand-up comedy. I do sit-down humor. So I don't think comedian is the best way to go. I'm not into money either. I don't even care about money. So why would I become a comedian? To make money? You need a person like me to run this country because Trump is already bought off. I can't be bought off. I'm unbuyable. Here's a woman who created a newspaper that just reports happy stories. Okay, why not? It's Happy Story News.
It's a real newspaper, which some people don't realise. It's a real 32-page newspaper, and it comes out quarterly, and it's basically a platform to share all the good things happening in the world, things that we don't necessarily hear about. Just there's feel-good stories, but all.
Oh, God. What a nightmare. In other words, she's completely oblivious to reality. Don't ask me irrelevant religious questions here. Thank you. What if I got a new Honda Hybrid? They do sell them. I don't recommend the new Insight. I don't talk about religion here. Thank you. We'll put you on mute. Well, that's kind of nice to have a feel-good story, you know, happy story. But in a world that's turning more and more ugly and disturbing and less free press, she's kind of not serving a higher goal, is she? She's just a complete puppet of the New World Order. I try to put a few things in our news cycle in our evening show because I don't want people to feel like they're not getting some news. So if you see a couple of minutes here and there of mainstream media, it's because I want everyone to know that there's news out there that we need to listen to, even though it may be altered or controlled by the media. You want Honda? The Prius sells more than the Honda does. In the U.S., the Prius is the #1 car for sale. I like the Hondas better because they put more metal in their cars. Prius is more plastic. And ironically, they spend more environmental waste in the production of a Prius than any other car. So here you are driving thinking you're environmentally safe when in fact the making of your car produced more environmental waste than any other car out there. Isn't that ironic? Well, I got a Honda used, a Honda Insight used, and I just take great care of it. And yeah, I'm even thinking of getting a car cover for it. My hair is just a quick set from working in the yard today. And like I said, I'm trying to duplicate the hairdo of Beck as best I can. The earlier Beck, not the current. Beck is a lot older now. This is his earlier picture. Oh yeah, Gerald Ford, you know, the reason why Gerald Ford was Kissinger's bitch too? Gerald Ford was the guy that signed off on... Thank you. Gerald Ford was the guy that signed off on the Warren Commission report investigating the shooter of JFK. And we all know that Lee Harvey Oswald didn't kill John F. Kennedy. He was falsely accused, and then they shot him. Ruby shot him right afterward. Because, truly, Lee Harvey Oswald said it himself, he's a patsy. Did you know that Lee Harvey Oswald worked for 5 years in the CIA before he was accused of killing John F. Kennedy? Yeah, and you know that did not even make it to the Warren Commission report, that fact I just told you? They refused to admit it as evidence. Don't you think it was important to look into the fact that Lee Harvey Oswald was working for the CIA for 5 years, and even was part of Operation Monarch, a plan to take out Fidel Castro with poison? And yet he was blamed for the attack on John F. Kennedy as the sole gunman, and then they tried to claim that he used 1 bullet, when recordings of the event showed 5 bullets being fired. Yeah, JFK was killed by the mob. They say there were up to 6 or 7 shooters pointing their guns at the JFK limousine that was rolling down. And ironically, the people that were supposed to protect John F. Kennedy didn't even stand there around the vehicle and pretend like, you know, to give him protection. They were supposed to stand around the vehicle, but they stood down. JFK pissed off a lot of people. But one of his most important speeches was the Secret Society speech, where he told everybody the dangers of these secret societies, and it cost him his life.
Ladies and gentlemen, the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. And no official of my administration, whether his rank is high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes, or to withhold from the press and the public the facts they deserve to know. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations.
Yeah, he said it all. And he told the American people we're screwed. And thank goodness he did. And he wasn't afraid. You know, the nice thing about John F. Kennedy is he was given the position of the presidency by virtue of his mob father, Joe Kennedy. But he changed his perspective considerably when he realized the kind of corruption he was dealing with. And I really believe that John F. Kennedy was kind of a new man when he became president. He slipped in there with his dad's help, but when he got there, he started doing the work of the American people. And that's what got him killed. It is depressing. Okay, let's go to an alternate.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Okay, yeah, I have, and I'm glad you were appeased there. I hope that handled your daily requirement for a guy who's a YouTube star because he doesn't have anything to say. You must feel very proud of yourself. Hey, we got something from a guy named StreamTest, and we're going to take a look at that link. Hold on, please. Okay, you have a compilation of footage, of rare footage interviews, all connected to Lee Harvey Oswald. All of the following footage was filmed around the time of the JFK assassination and the Dallas police officer J.D. Tippit. Watch closely and listen. Right, good, thank you. I will listen to this tonight. Thank you very much, StreamTest. Appreciate it. Yeah, I even have a section on JFK. I'll put it in my section on YouTube, my playlist. Right. Hard to find. I wish they could alphabetize this. Now, I'll put it in tonight's show. Okay, good. Rare, comprehensive Lee Harvey Oswald interview. And if you don't know that Officer Tippit was killed the same day as John F. Kennedy, it's important to know that they looked a lot alike. They even called him JFK for short. Officer Tippit was found dead in Dallas from a similar head injury, bullet to the head, as John F. Kennedy, the day John F. Kennedy died. And the conspiracy theory, which is pretty much... Eddie, I'll be doing a hair switch after Sarah comes in the show. This is my temporary hair, and then I switch it to the other side. It looks a lot better. But some people have given me raving remarks on my hair tonight. Yeah. But here, look at Officer Tippit and how much he looked like JFK. It's amazing. They called him a young JFK, but he died the same way John F. Kennedy did, the same day. What's the likelihood of that? And what they did was they used his body to alter the body so it looked like the bullet came from a different angle. And even Jackie Kennedy Onassis said that it wasn't John when she saw the body. It wasn't JF. It wasn't Jack, she said. It wasn't John F. Kennedy. Thank you. So bear in mind, this entire lie, which has gone on deep for so long, has been perpetrated by the mob. And they're the ones that rigged the election and the Warren Report. And Gerald Ford was the guy that signed off on the Warren Report. That's why he became our president. He wasn't elected. He was the guy that filled in for Nixon when Nixon resigned. Yeah, there's a lot of people that believe that our country is being run by the same mobsters that killed our president and also created 9/11 attack and covered it up. Nope. In no way was Trump. Trump is nothing like JFK. Trump is an outright liar. John F. Kennedy rarely ever said anything that you could claim to be a lie. Trump is an outright liar. Trump is not good looking, whereas John F. Kennedy was. Trump has an ego the mile long. John F. Kennedy seemed like a guy who was kind of a guy you could talk to, whereas Trump doesn't seem like he even listens to anybody. He's frequently seen turning the other way when people talk to him. Anyway, don't ever compare Trump to John F. Kennedy under my watch. Thank you. Anyway, I'll be, helping your hair look in a little bit. Be obviously changing the perspective of the show when I come in with a different hairdo, because obviously you need something new. Okay, I think we're done with that. Okay, the U.S., in their effort to create more and more tariffs, have had to deal with their close allies, and now they're reaching a deal to lift the steel and aluminum tariffs on Canada and Mexico. Okay, that's nice. Considering Donald Trump doesn't support NAFTA, he certainly wants to help Canada and Mexico. But the problem with running your mouth off without engaging your brain, which Trump does all the time, is now he's got the aftermath of bad relations with our neighboring countries. So he had to come around with a different deal. The United States has reached a deal to remove steel and aluminum tariffs in Canada and Mexico. I wonder what the Dow Jones did today. Let's take a look. Okay, it's down 98 points to 25,764. The Dow Jones average dropped. It's been a pretty rocky week for America. We had that big 617 point drop early in the week. Not a good time for our economy. Aside from what Trump says, he's constantly destabilizing the stock market and making people pissed off. And Bernie's visit to the Soviet Union back in the early 80s has been pretty much deciphered, and the tapes are now available. As you know, Bernie Sanders is pretty much a communist. His mystery Soviet tapes have been revealed, unseen by the public for 3 decades. 1988 honeymoon to the USSR with his wife. Huh. Okay. Anyone ever seen Cocaine? What we found in the archives of Bernie Sanders' long-lost TV show. Huh, really? Well, that'll be fun to read. I'll read about that later. Sarah's here. And I get a chance to, recomb my hair and make some dinner. And you're not allowed to use the N-word here, and that's a bannable offense, but I'm going to, being you come in here all the time, I'm going to mute you.
Or just purge it.
Or I'll purge it, Ann.
Here you go, we do it.
Well, I could do it, but see, Mark made it so I can't even run the controls on this operation. I can do it. I'm just going to go ahead and go Control C and go Control Purge. Thank you. All right, yeah, don't ever use that word here. That's racist. So how did the basket raffle go?
It went well. I didn't bid on anything, which is good.
Good.
I brought in, I had my flowers are in bloom, so I made little flower arrangements.
Oh, good.
I didn't get as much as I'd like, but they got some
few bucks
things.
here and there.
Yeah, a couple bucks.
That's good. Thanks for that link on Birdie's Mystery Soviet tapes. I'll play that later tonight.
I did not buy a basket. Instead, I kept the kids engaged. They had a little obstacle course kind of thing for the kids, or little games or something. So I monitored that to keep the kids engaged while the adults could bid on the baskets and stuff.
Oh, that's good. You certainly put in extra time, that's for sure. Not many people put that extra effort that Sarah puts into being a teacher, and a Parent-Teacher Association loves teacher activities, so that's great. All right, I'm going to let Sarah take over the show, and you guys can chat with her. Do you need any water or anything to drink?
Yes.
Okay.
Or juice.
I'll get you some juice. Thank you.
Thank you, Easy. It's I've been doing really great. I've been doing very, very great. Thanks. You love me, or you love DT, or you love both of us. Okay, never mind. Forget it. Bernie's Mystery Soviet tapes revealed. Did David click on that earlier, Scissor Fight? I don't know, but I will. Just in case. I did not buy a single basket. I'm kind of going, I went in at the very end. I brought in some flower arrangements to auction off for their silent auction. And then I said, where do you want me to be? And they said, well, could you help with I don't know what they are called, carnival obstacle course kind of stuff to keep the kids busy. So I did that, and then they were wrapping up the things at the end, and I looked at things and I said, do I want that? Do I want that? No, 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 no. There was one thing that said that was a thing of gift cards. I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting, but then I decided against it because I don't need stuff. I'm going with the idea of less is best. Which is really good. Yeah, that would have been funny. Dunking tank for the carnival. Yeah. Sometimes antique when I'm feeling lazy. Just last week, I think I shaved my legs, but my legs, I feel like they're not that good looking right now because well, they've been covered up for the whole winter. Stories were important in primary school and quiet time. Yeah, I did just shave my legs last week, but I hadn't shaved them all winter. There you go. That's my leg. I just answered your question. Do you have lag? Because so far every question you ask, I just answered. Connecting. Okay. What I really need to do though is put up my legs. Oh, that's so good. I need to get off my feet, put up my legs, put up my feet, relax. It's Friday night, so I could treat myself to a Netflix show or an Amazon show. Is there anything you guys recommend? I haven't yet watched Game of Thrones. I should. My family's really big into it. I think I could watch it on my. I am not going to watch Trailer Park Boys. No. Recommend for a good movie to relax to tonight. Probably not. Tabasco, no. Actually, I cannot just say probably not. I can say no. Nope. Even though I have very thick glasses as well. I'm extremely loyal to David. Thank you, I have. Yes, I am. You love dancing to Elvis tunes. I did put on some music recently. I was like, I like music. That doesn't matter to me, Tabasco. Besides, I have David, who's like amazing. Oh yeah, that's true. I should watch Being There. You gave me that link, right? You're gonna give it to me again. I know, it's a little creepy, Antique. Pretty creepy. Well, thanks for admitting it, Pirate. In case we didn't. I don't even know which one that is. Is it the one with I'm showing my hair and how long my hair is? That's what I was focused on, is showing how long my hair is. Where I'm turned around. No I don't, Tabasco sauce. No I don't. Correct. Antique is a guy. Also known as Drag King. So maybe he's a guy that wants to be a woman? Not really sure. Okay. It's quite angelic with the halo. I think the opposite is true, Tabasco sauce. Well, you're welcome to donate to David. America's Third Party at gmail.com is his PayPal account. Never out getting money for him. What does that even mean, but bingo? Like I should be going door to door to ask for campaign donations? I don't think David would say that, but maybe he does. I don't know. Okay, wild lettuce, Oval Bugman says wild lettuce contains opium-like substances. It's good for pain and sleep or to calm down. I have lettuce. I wouldn't call it wild lettuce, but I do have lettuce that I grow. Oh god, that's hilarious. How about that for stopping you? Who has that magical expectation? Oh wait, I think I know who. Okay, thanks, Antique. You've been trying to learn from David. What have you learned so far? Oh, have you learned anything from me, Bingo? Because I would try to encourage you not to complain. Look at yourself and complain. You'd be like Mad Dog and look at yourself and say how good looking you are. Or David does that. You could do that like David. Yeah, I guess I used to be a complainer. And I've realized that complaining often doesn't get people to where they want to go. So I do look at, I like to look at the world and see, I see things that need to be I see things that need doing and I just do them. Yeah. And so I would suggest starting with a to-do list, Bingo. Or just choose one thing to do. And then start keeping an accomplished list. What did you do? What did you accomplish today? Because when you get to be super busy like me, you don't realize how accomplished you are until you take a step back and look and you see. Ah. That's interesting, Bingo. Good point. I think everybody does bingo. Or at least I do. Take it to private messaging, people. Yeah, I realized that's true. I have realized that people don't like to hear other people complain. They do want to hear, but people like to complain. So I shouldn't complain about people complaining. I should just listen if people complain and then ask, would you like some advice? And if they don't want advice, then sometimes just listening is good. And then just also, you know, if somebody complains about, somebody ought to do something about that. If I'm capable of doing something about that, whatever that is, going ahead and doing it. No, I really enjoy my the people I work under. Well, I don't know if David purposely played that video bingo. It was actually a link that Misanthropy sent me. And he wasn't here watching it. He just added it to the playlist. So I don't know if I don't think that was intentional on David's part, but I thought it was. I did watch it last night in between times when I was on the show with you guys, and I thought I thought it had a very good point. I really liked that. I'll see if David added to the playlist, but yeah, I actually went in the other room and I watched it. I do have the link. I actually emailed it to myself because I didn't want to watch it live on show with you guys, so. Anyway. Maybe easy, maybe I did. You liked Rocky in the first movie? Is this the one, bingo? You can't afford a PLA? What? Oh, plane. Yeah, each person has to judge their own risk for themselves, but a lot of people, the risk is what keeps a lot of people from expanding their comfort zones. That video reminded me a lot of this book I read called, it was by, I'll show it to you. One of my favorite books, actually. An American self-help author. Oh. Everything we wish we had learned about life in school but didn't. And do it. Let's get off our butts. This is, what does it say? It's like all of the books. Oh, this is so cool. I'm totally bookmarking this. Yes, easy. Maybe the world would have been a better place, Gordon Liddy. Well, maybe he still will be. Bingo. No, Hot Rails, I don't know what you're talking about. I think he just had come back in under the name G. Gordon Liddy, Rex Online. You've blocked more people in this chat than any other. I don't know if it's because I've tolerated a lot of stuff, or David has, I don't know. But I can understand muting in many people. That was cute, Scissor Fight. Thank you for hide and seek. Hide and seek. That was cute. God. I'm working on it. because it's so impossible to achieve, Bingo? How about this? Like this? Is that what you'd like? Do I want to see something cute? Sure. Yes, David had said he's a centrist. I would say that I'm a centrist. I thought that people who came here were centrists, but maybe there's a few people in here that are very conservative and don't like certain views that I have as a centrist. Oh, I'm sorry, Bingo. Somebody was asking me to clean the chat. I think it was Bengalitis. So sorry, I blame Bengalitis. No, I take responsibility. I cleared the chat. I'm just tired of the banter, so I muted some people and cleared the chat. I tend to agree, Scissor Fight. I tend to agree. Yeah, I agree. Centrist is good. It's the best of both worlds. And I think being a centrist, the big thing about being a centrist that's the best from my perspective is I do have an open mind. So if someone's, willing to, if someone's willing to argue about issues about which I'm skeptical, they might convince me otherwise, but maybe not. I also have a mind. Those are really cute. Those are cute, Scissor Fight. Yeah, I tend to think so. Oval Bug Man. I tend to think that's the thing. Open mind, having an open mind, thinking outside the box. Then anything is possible. Always being willing to push a little bit outside your comfort zone. My thing is when I do get in a new situation, I'm sometimes quiet. But then once I'm comfortable, then I'm like really a go-getter. No, you did not miss much over the last 30 minutes of chat. Everything was really banter, Saturday night banter by people who aren't on dates tonight and probably want to be on a date but aren't sure how to go about doing that. Men who will never get pregnant are against abortion. Certain men who will never be in that situation. It's easy for a man to, I think it's easy for certain men to be against abortion because they'll never have to be in that position. Just pretend your life would be in danger if you go on a date. Then you don't need to think about it anymore. That's one lesson you learned here, but I don't think that's... Pretend your life would be in danger. That's like pretend your life would be... You just said that it's easy to get on a plane, but some people think their life would be in danger if they step on a plane. I think so many people fear rejection, but if it doesn't hurt you physically, and sometimes even if it did, you can expand your horizons by expanding your comfort zone. Oh, how do you feel about the death penalty, 802? Yep, many people have reasons and excuses, right? Wait, isn't that murder? The death penalty? You don't have to be anybody special to object to murder. Isn't that the state murdering someone? The death penalty? Totally in favor of it, Mad Dog's Backyard. I am in favor of the death penalty. I wouldn't know until I'm in that situation, and I don't like the terms you're using, so I'm gonna start by purging you, and if you continue to use language like that, I'm going to mute you, and then I'll ban you. As David said, watch your language. Yes, prevention. I believe in people growing up in loving homes. I do believe in strong fencing. Specifically electric fencing along our southern border. Yep, then people learn quickly not to touch the hot stove if the electric fencing was strong enough. Well, one, it would have to be, that would have to go to a court to see if she was lying or not, and then it would be the same, it would be perjury for lying in court. And they've already set up, I'm sure they already say what the jail time should be for that. Yes, I have had glass in my foot, or I stepped on glass one time. It was very bad. Yes, let's change the subject. How are the worms treating me? Well, the worms did, fortunately, like, the worms made it through the winter, which a friend of mine was happy that here they made it through, because we've got some zero below, like even like 11 degrees below zero around here. But with the compost, that's the thing, the way it is, it's underground and it stays pretty warm. And then they all seemed to hatch or have babies around like the March. And I was sifting some soil that I had since last June, and then I was going to go on to sift soil that we hadn't added any compost to it since the end of September, but it wasn't ready yet. I think it's almost ready to start sifting, or I'll have to wait until the beginning of the school year. But I really do like my worms. And then it's been really nice too, because we had some flowers growing in our gardens. So I made some flower arrangements today. I made one out of irises and some purple flowers, and I had some bamboo I added. And then I had one that was a poppy and some red flowers. It was like a red bouquet. And then one was different columbine flowers. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I understand people have different beliefs, and, you know, people are completely fine to have those different beliefs. I personally would say, if a man impregnated a woman, he should have a say in whether or not she is, in some ways, he should have a say in whether she has an abortion or not. He should say, hey, why don't you just have the child, and then if she doesn't want to raise the child, then he could raise the child. I also think people should be able to sign away their rights for, as far as child support goes, both a man or a woman. But I guess that's the way it is. I don't know if that's true or not. But yeah, he should, if more men want to be single fathers, I think that's definitely fine with me. I think that's a noble aspiration. All right. I hope you enjoy your job, my cat Fluffy. I think they could give the baby up for adoption, but one of the issues with giving it, yeah, anyway, I'll just leave it at that. There's definitely the option of adoption, but I don't think it should be mandated. Okay. Yeah, you think there's big money in worm waste? Right now I've just been putting all the vermicompost back into our gardens. Our gardens are doing really well. They're beautiful this year. We have all these radishes that are ready to harvest, and some kids help me in the morning, and they're like, I was like, ooh, this radish is ready to come out, and they're like, oh, can I get a radish? And I'm like, no, the thing is that it first should go to the kids that will help out after school.
I'll be right there.
Yep, that's why I use red wriggler worm fertilizer. Compost. We compost the cafeteria food scraps and turn it into vermicompost. You ever get to see my worms or my gardens? I could bring in my phone with my pictures, but yeah, that's a good idea. There's this quote by Gertrude Jekyll. It says, "A garden is a grand teacher." Let me pull it up because I love that. A garden is a grand teacher. It teaches patience and careful watchfulness. It teaches industry and thrift. Above all, it teaches entire trust. It's one of my favorite quotes.
Quote from Gertrude Jekyll. And she was commonly known as...
Oh my goodness, Misanthropy. David just got back. And you just got here. Time for me to leave.
Not too bad, man. It's he really needs to find a better doctor because his situation is... They want to have him go in for a CAT scan.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, it's physically he's not doing too well with all his allergies.
Uh-huh.
And so he's going down the medical route, which is going to go to, one test after another and rack up charges. And
oh, man.
You like my hair? Thank you. Yeah, it's different than it was. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Hold on just a second.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, dinner is ready. Help yourself.
Thank you.
The water problem, what turned out to be a booster pump, had failed, and they infused a tremendous amount of air, like you said.
Oh, into the line. Okay.
Yeah, I've never seen water with more air in it than water we've had recently. It's like a spritzer, but worse. Yeah. Air. Beautiful bear. Air. Air in the lines, that's what they said. It looks kind of weird to me. It looks like cloudy. I don't believe them. I cooked a salmon fillet with... You're making chicken? Good. I did salmon fillet with a yellow squash base, onions, mushrooms, and a little slice of potato. Not too much. We're minimizing our carbohydrates. Yeah, I had to flip it the other side. Today's not a shampoo day. Today's a day of rest. Tomorrow's a shampoo day. Yesterday was a shampoo day. I can only predict my hair will look a certain way when I shampoo. Your Little Mexico section of Phoenix eating burritos tonight. Okay. Oh, bug man. Nice. I bet they're pretty tasty. You know, Mexicans, the food trucks that authentic Mexican cooks use, they produce the best food ever. Oh, I'm telling you. There's something about the taste that you get from a Mexican food truck at 3:30 in the morning. Yeah, I had a friend who ran a restaurant in Westwood, and I drove him to the LA vegetable market at 3:30 in the morning one night. And I'll never forget this drive. It was the weirdest thing. I'm driving this guy all the way, on my dime. I'm paying the gas so that he can do his job. And I'm talking about, little things about my family and saying, yeah, it was so-and-so's in my family is doing this. And he turned around to me and he said, Dave, no one gives a shit about you and your family. And I'm going, whoa. I thought to myself, wow, 3:30 in the morning, I'm driving a guy, helping him out as a friend to do his job, which he couldn't do because his car broke down. And the only good thing I could get out of that night was the best burrito at a Mexican food truck I've ever had in my life. And I'll never forget the taste of the cilantro and the chorizo, and it was just so good. Yeah, but he actually said, no one gives a shit about you or your family. And this is a guy that, he certainly wasn't my friend. I mean, at that point, it was like, what am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Why would I associate with somebody like this? And at that point, I cut it off with him. But I mean, it's like, wow, the best burrito I've ever had. So with every good thing, there's a bad thing. With every bad thing, there's usually a good thing. There's usually a silver lining in every bad experience you have in life. Please, no donations. Ferragamo or Armani suits are no good, no bueno. It looks like you're trying to bribe me, Pittoro, and that's just so wrong. Didn't you learn anything at the Vatican how to... Well, of course not. The Vatican's all about money and gold. You don't understand humility. No, the Catholics have drifted from the core message of Jesus Christ. Yes. They have drifted so far that they worship the golden cow now. And did you see the Vatican's newest building? It's not that new. It's been up for a few years. But the Vatican building is shaped like a snake. Yeah, I know. It's like, what's going on with that? Inside and out. Oh, yeah. So exactly, how could you possibly... That building needs to be torn down. You should tear it down. The Vatican should just turn it into like an aviary or something for birds. But don't allow any snakes in there. Look at this Vatican building. It's shaped just like the head of a snake. And then you look at this gross aberration. It's just gross and dark, and the Vatican should be ashamed of themselves. Not to mention, there's not one crucifix in the entire building. Tell me, how Christian is that? My happiness, Pope Francis has to pray for his eternal salvation because he will be banished to hell for these types of things. I don't think anyone could possibly somehow justify worshiping Lucifer on earth and claim to be godly. I mean, that's the grossest thing I've ever seen. David, last night Ticken asked me if he should give up. Now he isn't here. Well, I think Ticken plays that violin, Misanthropy. I mean, he's always kind of right on the edge, Ticken time bags. Everyone's looking for a little support here, We've got Anita with her colostomy bag at, the wee hours of the morning in the UK. We hear about that all the time, but it adds to the kind of the flavor of our show, The scent of the colostomy bag coming up in the show continuously. Scissor Fight says yes. The flavor, yes. Okay, we've got a funny kind of a satirical meme to bring you. There's nothing illegal about it. Hey, how much for a gram? $250. Ooh, okay. There she is, Grandma. And she's a great partier, too. She loves to eat pizza and look at the TV shows and smile and say, "You're so smart." Grandma's the best. The scent of her colostomy bag, it just permeates the thoughts in the room. Hey, we can get out of that modality. Yeah. Yeah, we can just, if you ever have a problem where you feel lonely and you want to go back to the entire total collusion case, we can go back to Trump and Putin anytime during the show. We have the option. Yes, indeed. Now that they're pretty much in bed with each other, we have enough to impeach. According to Representative Nadler, all they need to do is prove that he cheated in the election and a case of misuse of power while he's president. And I think he's got both of those completely underlined. So our country has to deal with a guy who thinks he can do anything. And he thinks that he can be like a dictator. Yeah. And I think that Nadler's onto something because he doesn't want anyone to think that they can become like Hitler did in Germany. But ironically, the same people that financed Adolf Hitler financed Donald Trump in a way, the Ashkenazis. The Rothschild family has diverted a lot of money to Adolf Hitler's rise to power in Germany, and ironically, the Rothschilds are behind the curtain of Donald Trump, too. Now, you're saying, and I'm not David Sponheim, that I'm somehow Jim Carrey. That's ridiculous. You know, I don't even look like this guy. Plus, he's got that bizarre hook in his nose that is so evident. You know, I don't have that. Plastic surgery does wonders. Hey, just because I don't exist doesn't mean I can't be somebody else. Yeah, gotcha. And you thought I was a bad oil painter. No, dude, I'm not Jim Carrey. Get out of here with that stuff. I mean, how many years are you going to talk like that? You watched The Spaceman last night? No, I didn't. Should I? Do you believe everything NASA tells you? Yeah. I don't. I don't even believe we went to the moon. But I do believe we have a spherical Earth. So don't think for a second that we're not in a spherical Earth mode. Yeah, I don't even believe we went to the moon. I mean, it came as an epiphany to me. We never went back after 50 years. I mean, go figure. We're done with this? Okay. This will be our benchmark for impeachment if we want to apply that directly to our country's betterment. Otherwise, we have to do whatever the Rothschilds tell us to do.
And you can find out within a kilometre of where you are what is going to happen to the weather. It also gives a 10-day forecast. I think we've got to be aware that we're living in this time. I'm not going to get into the subject, which is a huge subject of climate change, but we do have variations of all sorts around the world. Certainly in England we have very precarious weather. We had a drought up until about 10 days ago, and I think it is important to realize that you can use technology, which is offered by myweather.com, to tell you and be aware of what might happen to you, especially among the farming community. Also, we are very interested in helping wind power because it gives them... Sorry?
Isn't that ironic that they had a website called myweather.com and it clicked to weather.com instantly, and when I outed them, and I brought this up about 3 or 4 times every year for the past 5 years, and when I outed them about the myweather linking to weather.com, it links anywhere. So they completely got rid of it. I don't know if it's connected, but it's very odd. You know, I like Sarah's voice, David. She should do radio shows. Yeah, I think she's evolved into an excellent speaker. Absolutely. Well, you know, I think anything... Okay. We have a meme here in favor of legalization. Okay. This is Dick. Dick doesn't smoke weed, so he doesn't think anyone else should either. Don't be a dick. Okay, whatever. This guy wants to see this all the time.
Exited
do you
the
ever wonder,
limousine,
like-
$250.
What is going on? I mean, like, do you ever like wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Lost and all alone. Yeah, you obviously did find out that nothing is really happening in your life. Yeah, that's that guy who makes a lot of money on YouTube for not talking about anything. He doesn't need a job. He makes tons of money on YouTube, dude. He's LA Turtle. And because he doesn't say anything, they don't censor him. Whereas I get censored. I get my videos taken down. We have the quote of the day, Bengalitis. Still relevant. Whoa, yeah. Let us take a look at the incredible wisdom of Bruce Lee. Don't be a dick. No, that's the wrong. Sorry. Ah, yes. Here we go for our second meme. A student once asked Bruce Lee, "You teach me fighting, but you talk about peace. How do you reconcile the two?" And Bruce Lee beautifully replied, "It's better to be a warrior in a garden than to be a gardener in a war." That's great. We featured Chauncey Gardner of Being There movie. Yeah, Peter Sellers the other night. I like to watch. We recreated, Real Talk, recreated Joe Rogan's voice using artificial intelligence. Okay. What are you gonna do? Joe Rogan's the guy that tacitly supports drug use, which, as you know, these people are shills put out there by the media to turn you into a drug addict. The following audio clips are not real. They were generated by a machine learning model. Chimp hockey team.
Friends, I've got something new to tell all of you. I've decided to sponsor a hockey team made up entirely of chimps. I'm tired of people telling me that chimps are not capable of kicking human ass in sports. Chimps are just superior athletes. And these chimps have been working out hard. They're throwing kettlebells, battle ropes, everything. I've got them on a strict diet of bone broth and elk meat.
Jesus. This is hilarious. It's not even Joe Rogan. I mean, what do they even need Joe Rogan for, or Alex? Why don't they just hire audio animatronic systems to operate, or CGI systems to interject? You're not going to believe this, but the Bilderberg Group are behind everything. They're turning humans into monkeys. They're making humansies. Or Joe Rogan's voice could be interchanged with that. They own Alex Jones, so they don't even need to use CGI. They just tell him what to do, and he says, "How high do I have to jump?" Another STEM reveal about the fakery that went on at the STEM shooting to try to convince us to get rid of our guns. Another gun control crisis event. False flag, folks. It's like a cartoon. Life is becoming like a cartoon. Watching the news is just redundant and boring, and yeah. It's become like an animal that just kind of like rubs himself during the show. Okay, that's not popping up for some reason. I've given it 2 attempts. Here's your tiny URL to back it up. This should work.
Yo, what's up everybody? It's me, Henry from Death to Life. You guys are here for another breakdown video. And folks, we are still on the wannabe Columbine shooting 2.0, the STEM school shooting, folks.
Okay, we'll be getting into 16 minutes of this tonight. And his take on the stem cell shooting, the stem shooting rather, stem cell shooting. Yeah, these words are getting so difficult to remember. The stem celery shooting stem cell. Okay, we had a really good reveal of Joe Biden tonight. We covered that story. And, oh, I should have probably bookmarked that for tonight. Yeah, let me do that. Real Talk recreated. Thank you, Chat Room Celebrity. I'll add that to our list tonight for showing as well. Couldn't get this to play. I think you have to hit the play button.
Getting the official joint statement between the U.S. and Canada on this deal that was reached to end steel and aluminum tariffs. A statement that's provided to us by Canadian officials says that the steel and aluminum tariffs that the U.S. placed on Canada will be dropped within the next 2 days, that Canada will then end its retaliation against U.S. products, that the two sides will drop all lawsuits brought at the World Trade Organization on this specific metal tariffs issue, and that Canada will have an enforcement mechanism to block the transshipment of steel and aluminum through its country from places like China to the United States. And that if there is an issue of oversupply in the future, that the two countries could potentially then open new consultations or negotiations on this matter. This is a significant ceasefire between the two countries. These tariffs have been in effect for close to a year, and it is expected to be that this is the roadblock that is removed that allows the USMCA deal to go forward. Getting the official joint.
Well, she's definitely, it looks exactly like Nurse Ratched.
That is removed.
You compare their faces, and yeah, I think you definitely have a similarity there to the actress who played Nurse Ratched in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Physical facial matches happen throughout society and are not uncommon. All right, we have a very close match there. A good shot. Yeah, so amateur facial recognition is going on in our show right now by some of our viewers. And as you know, we are watched by many AI systems that interact in chat as well. Just because you're human doesn't mean we don't care. We actually talk to both human and AI systems here throughout the night. If you are, however, using a facial recognition software for your mainframe, you will be in violation of Section 307 of the San Francisco Code. I am not being DDoSed. Should I be? Yeah, is this some sort of a scare that you're putting out? My video signal is coming in fine. My video is fine. Never mind, Gilda Radner. Well, that was kind of cool. She seems like a very edgy newscaster. I like her. That looks like a good person to go to when asking questions about trade with Canada. New York Senate has introduced a bill to make texting while walking illegal. Big Brother has arrived. Yeah, now you're going to be... Oh, you got the stream loading too? It's a HTML5 error on Mark's part. His main HTML5 is riddled with errors. There are numerous coding errors on the main site. Plus, he's loaded CoinHive, which if you guys are running the main site over there, you may want to get the pop-out chat and then visit some of our friends over at Periscope who are watching live right now, and keep the Periscope feed as your live video, which I think is better. How will they know if you're texting or doing something else on your phone, David? If you look at your phone at all, you'll be arrested. Welcome to the brave new world of New York City. The future of New York State, actually. This is a statewide offense.
For just $50 each. There's no...
Don't miss the EmpireToday.com. It's like an advertisement you got to wade through just to get to this thing. Pop-out chat no work for you? Huh.
State. A new bill introduced into the state Senate would make it illegal for you to cross streets in the state with your eyes glued to your smartphone. Eyewitness News reporter Naveen Dhaliwal with details of the bill and the fines you would face.
These days, it's very common to see eyes on cell phone screens no matter where you are.
I've used it all day long.
Today, I've been on my phone a total of 4 hours and 22 minutes.
Most people we saw looked up in both ways before crossing the street, then back on their phones. But what if looking at your electronic device means you could be fined when crossing the road?
It makes sense because, you want to make sure no one gets hit or But I also feel like that's too, yeah, that's too much.
People should, if they're going to get killed crossing the street because they're not paying attention, that's their fault. I don't know why you need to legislate common sense.
Well, it might happen. While there's no clear evidence that personal electronic devices used on streets causes traffic accidents, state lawmakers are considering banning the use of messaging or playing games just on the streets.
Oh my God, what a joke. What a joke. What kind of a world are we living in? You know something? Why don't they just put an app together that senses, geolocates you, and then tells you if a car with another geolocator is coming at you? So while you're in your text with your friend going, "Ooh, I really like your picture. Could you send me another picture of your beep?" And you're like going like that. It says, "Alert, alert, a car is approaching to your right." Okay. Wouldn't that be nice to have that type of a mashup? It seems completely logical you'd be able to have complete awareness. The phone can be just as aware as you. It's got a camera on it. I mean, it's got a GPS system. It's all set to go. I don't think that's appropriate. Let them get killed crossing with their face glued to the phone. You're okay with that? Okay. Called natural selection. All right. I got a better idea. Let's just go with Ocasio-Cortez's concept and just ban all cars in New York City. Yeah, you're going to have to take the metro to get in there. Wouldn't that be funny? I don't go there anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's not like I need to go to New York City. I don't know, it's just an idea. I don't want to ban cars. No, don't quote me on that. I support America. I would not ban cars. Ocasio-Cortez would. All right, well, anyway, I didn't want to bring that up. God knows that's enough to give you a nightmare just looking at her. Her face is disgusting. Well, there's something about it. It's like super greedy. The look of greed. The look of greed is in your eyes tonight. The look of greed. Da 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 da. Strange that Ocasio somehow evaded my detection system. Interesting. I have coffee, yes. It's organic, farm raised, naturally sourced, ethically raised, and it is tasty. I support freedom too, Pirate Salty Dog. Freedom to walk around and look at your cell phone if you're going to cross the traffic. I just don't think they can impose regulations that they can't possibly finance. The problem with the Democrats, especially the ones in New York, is they have all these regulations that they can't even, fully regulate. They can't enforce. So, I don't know. The Democrats just continue to have control over regions because people are afraid to jump out of their party. Now we've got another view of weaponized Air Canada dropping chemtrails above Mike Decker's house in Wyoming. Let's take a look at this. This is an actual Air Canada flight. While they're flying with passengers, they're dumping on the people below in Wyoming.
May 15th. Around 3:30 or so.
Air Canada doing a toxic dump. Nasty Air Canada. I think it's 738. AC 738. That's a nasty little load there.
Wow. So these planes go on flying. People look out the window. They don't see anything because, you know, or if they do, it's just like, oh yeah, there's some contrails. Condensed air, honey. No, that's a chemtrail, honey. No, that's condensed air. No, so they have a big conflict on board the plane when they're looking out the window. All right, Mike Decker, good photographs with his Nikon. That was really good. We'll play him tonight in chemtrails as well. Okay, good. Weaponized Air Canada, and then this one looks really good. The STEM shooting timeline breakdown. We'll be playing that as well. And we've got the New Zealand crisis actor fashion fails and branding exposed. This we played earlier in our pre-show, but they've got people wearing like designer shoes that should be working in professional areas like ambulance drivers. And all of this was spotted by this video.
In a mess where you shouldn't have been.
I just can't play it for you because it's got some audio in it that would be monetized. But yeah. They're seeing really stupid shoes on some of these guys in the STEM shooting. Ambulance driver, one guy had shoes on, looks like Bozo has. I'll show it to you. You know, I think it's queued up at the very end. Anyways, the shoes that they're wearing don't look professional. That's the fact. And I will play that later tonight. Okay, we're done with that story, and I believe this story too. Oh, this is good. Judge orders public release of what Michael Flynn said in a call to the Russian ambassador. Now, as you know, Michael Flynn is central to this whole case. William Barr wrote a 19-page letter to Rod Rosenstein insisting that no one investigate Michael Flynn. That's right, our Attorney General tried to prevent Michael Flynn from being investigated. We found out after the investigation that Michael Flynn was actually a Russian agent as our national security advisor, which is a huge breach of security. William Barr needs to be disbarred. He shouldn't even be allowed to be our Attorney General based on that simple fact that he wrote a letter defending this guy. And he tried to obstruct the entire investigation, claiming that there was no need for obstruction charges. I mean, if that isn't an obstruction case, I don't know what is. And here he says there are no obstruction charges when he's obstructing. Yes, you're tired of New Zealand. People will spend $400,000 on a little crappy tiny house. I know. Thoughts? Wow. I don't know what to say. I can't really comment on that. I will tell you what it is. It's a young boy staring at a man who's standing in San Francisco pretty much naked, and he's like cringing. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about that story other than, wow, what a weird San Francisco experience for that boy. Okay. Sorry, this content is unavailable now. The Facebook that you just posted, Super Saber, was completely censored as we posted. I wouldn't doubt censors are watching the show and censoring things as they are posted. Okay, the ambulance guy was wearing red Chuck Taylor sneakers. Thank you. If I knew exactly where in the video, I could cue that up. I just have to find it. It was only on the screen for a couple seconds. Yeah. Hilarious. Bizarre. Anyway, I can't look for it right now. Oh, this is incredible. You saw this video with me last night, the night before. I play it every time. I'm going to play it every night, but Elvis Presley made an interview in Houston with brown eyes. And everyone knows that Elvis Presley had these piercing blue eyes. And there's a story that Elvis Presley may very well have had a twin brother. That's not a rumor, that's a fact. But his mother had said that his twin brother died during the pregnancy or whatever. Anyway, this guy really does look like Elvis Presley has his twin. Let me just show you his a quick part of his interview. Very unnatural way he talks too. He has the same face, but could have been a twin brother.
Well, they asked me to do it, and I was anxious to do some live appearances. You know, it'd been a long time since I've been on stage in front of anybody live. And I was anxious to do some live appearances, and I thought it'd be a good opportunity to get in front of the people.
It sure looks like Elvis. No, it really does, but his affectations were I care. His affectations were totally off, and his blue eyes were replaced with brown eyes. So you're saying, was he wearing contacts? I don't know. It's sent the conspiracy theory world into wondering if Elvis's brother is alive to this day. Okay, the red sneakers are at 331. Let's take a look. Thank you for finding them. Okay, we'll go back to that video of the New Zealand crisis actor fashion blitz. I'll show you the red sneakers at the very least. It just shows inconsistencies in the video footage. Oh, there they are. Look at that guy. That is just so weird. He's got the funkiest red sneakers on. So there's certain inconsistencies that anyone working as an ambulance driver can't get away with this type of behavior. Yeah. And they believe that maybe this was a fake part of the New Zealand attack. It's trying to say that they aren't real people. They wear weird shoes. Yeah, and somebody found out they had designer jeans on that didn't match any type of industrial utility jeans that you would use as a ambulance driver, etc., etc. The hills are alive with the sound of clueless people. There's Jared Kushner. And according to our Republican senators, the ones that are supposed to be supporting Donald Trump, they said he was clueless on his response to Donald Trump's questionnaires on immigration. He doesn't really understand what's happening with immigration or what Trump is going to do with immigration. Trump has got all these pie-in-the-skies ideas about allowing people in based on merit. Meanwhile, Trump is still doing what Obama did, essentially shipping people to sanctuary cities. Yeah. He calls it his idea, not Obama's. I mean, isn't that absurd? He actually calling Obama's idea of sanctuary cities his idea. It's like, wow. Doesn't get much more intensely stupid than that.
Hi.
Never Lose Truth has another story. She's been mapping a series of radio frequency activity in the Northeast and the Midwest, and she's going to look at the West Coast here and talk about radio frequency use of weather control.
Everybody, it is May 17, 2019. I want to pass along some more information on the Oroville Dam, but we'll start here. Where are the storms? Where's the rain? What's happening here in California? It doesn't look like any storms. Our weather reporting from...
Yeah, she looks at the possibility that they're artificially engineering a flood in the Northern California area, pushing the Oroville Dam to its break point. And she'll be looking at that as a possibility tonight in our show. Excellent. Yeah, she's good. You know, everyone complains about her voice, and she's, kind of grinds on you, but I really like the fact that she's doing her best to expose stuff from just one woman and a computer laptop. I mean, it's pretty amazing. We do like rain, but the thing is, they're dehydrating the Southern California area, and they're pushing a tremendous amount of water through the Northern California area. So it's essentially trying to break California in two. Rain is always good, except when it hits the flood levels and it reaches a overload on a dam like Oroville. They're working overnight, 24/7. We saw pictures last night that she had of a 24/7 operation at Oroville to try to build that dam relief. Yeah, I thought the Oroville dam relief had been completed, but apparently it hadn't. It's still in the design stage. And if this rain hits faster than the dam relief, then the dam relief is going to break, and the dam is going to come bursting through, and it's going to be a major disaster. And we got more on the New Zealand hoax terror, corrupting a crime scene and coincidences. Okay. I'll add that to our link tonight. Thank you, Scissorfight. Without the benefit of 153news.net, we wouldn't be able to show you these kind of videos in our evening because YouTube bans that kind of stuff. They won't allow any critical questions about any events anymore. Well, official ambulance workers' shoes are supposed to be black, and they're nursing shoes, basically.
But they're white.
Or white, let's see.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, you know? Okay, ambulance driver shoes.
No, I don't think that there's a certain one.
Well, there are, and as you know, ambulance drivers are equipped with, you know, the kind of safety and equipment that people in emergency EMT operators have to have certain types of boots. This is standard issue. If you get this type of a boot, this is your standard, you know, when you're in an environment where you don't know where your bodies are, it could be around blood. You don't run around with red designer shoes like Scissorfight was saying this guy had in the video here.
I don't think they care what kind of shoes you wear.
Well, I know, and you can easily say that, and you can call up every ambulance company in the world and ask them, is it okay if I wear my cool red shoes when I work at your job? And they'll like, oh yeah, totally. You're supposed to have steel-toed shoes. That's my point.
I don't know if that's...
No, well, I'm just repeating what Scissorfight says. Yeah, it's part of the uniform. Yes, they do, Sarah. It's part of the uniform. Thank you. So you don't have like really cool like red shoes that I like to wear, you know, when I'm working as an ambulance driver, dude. We're just making some some simple observations here. All right, now you get to have the point counterpoint aspect of the show. I'll be back.
Counterpoint is 1, you're talking about New Zealand, not the USA. 2, you don't know the regulations for that particular place. And 3, most people don't care about what kind of shoes people wear.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Why question anything, too? Let's add that.
Okay. Of course, you would... Never mind. Yeah, go ahead, look it up, and you can call New Zealand and see if they have a regulation about what kind of shoes their ambulance drivers wear. Where does the comma go? Are you listening to Sarah David? Are you listening to Sarah, comma David? I just tried, but I don't know if it worked, bingo. I try to set people straight, but anyway. Yeah. Moving on. I'm really glad it's a weekend, even though I still have a lot to do. How do you locate a girl? Wait, was it you? Who was saying that they know how to locate people? Somebody in the room was saying that they know how to look people up. Well, that particular emergency service personnel might have preferred black shoes and jeans. Maybe he preferred to wear red shoes because they stand out on his job. Say the big thing with red and ambulance drivers, don't red run lights in a non-emergency. Red means warning, and don't watch the shoes, watch the feet, maybe. Oh, you've ridden with the ambulance drivers and they said that to you firsthand. Don't red lights in a non-emergency. True. Well, scissor fight. Never mind. You gave me that link. It has nothing to do with shoes. Yeah, and Misanthropy has a good point, considering how many people were shot, or as David would say, allegedly shot. They may have needed to bring in outside ambulance forces and call in emergency personnel and say, don't worry about getting on the uniform, just get here. I won't. Did you know, Angeltown, did you hear that whole thing about pork causing cancer? You hope you can wear golfing shoes to a spring break party? I don't see why not. Yeah, it was called Alive, and it was in the Andes Mountains. I do remember that show. I am very tired. It's the weekend, but tired. Do I tire? Yes. Yeah. Yes, true, Angeltown. Tired, bored. Sure, all those things. Ow. Dang it. Red meat such as beef, lamb, and pork has been classified as a probable cause of cancers. These classifications do not indicate the risk of getting cancer. It's really processed meat. The case report linked excessive pork consumption to, wow. Chemicals used to make bacon cause cancer. Wow. The consumption of red meat and processed meat. So it's not just pork, but it's red meat. You're tired and bored and in pain. I'm sorry. Too much exercise. Sorry to hear that, Stebu. Not quite Hot Rails. I agree. I agree with you, Hot Rails, too. Life is short to be upset all the time. Most do seem to wear black shoes.
This is and will be one of New Zealand's darkest days.
Okay, sorry. You had to fight your whole young life? I'm sorry. Your childhood was often filled with people trying to beat you up? Man, I am sorry. So sorry for you. Sorry, Hot Rails. Scissor Fight is in a different chat. He's over in the iVlog chat room, ivlog.tv/America's Third Party. I think Scissor Fight is just asking a lot of questions about that New England Christchurch shooting. That happened back 2 months ago. You'd rather laugh than fight. Okay. As long as people don't think you're laughing at them. Now, I prefer to focus on the future, not on the past. Scissor Fight talks about the ambulance workers had an observer vest on. Chiropractic at Stebu, and maybe, I know I said don't eat red meat, but David has noticed that when he eats liverwurst, then his lower back pain is alleviated. Whether I believe or whether I don't is really moot point. Angel Town, either it'll happen or it won't. Doesn't matter if I believe. Yeah, I don't get that, bingo. I don't get that at all. Okay, the screen just went to that orange thing. I think that's what messed me up for a second. Alright. I'm back, I'm doing okay. Yeah, maybe it's why I don't take conspiracies very seriously. But of course, I'm trying to avoid negative news, so I haven't really delved into what happened in New Zealand at all. Okay. See what else David has over here. Pompeo, I was a CIA director. We lied, we cheated, we stole. I'm saying that. Dow Jones has gone down. But has gone up in the last 5 days. Down over the last day. Up over the last 5 days. Down in May 13th and then up on May 16th. Overall, a little bit down in the last month. Pretty much a little down or stagnant in the last 6 months. Oh. It's pretty interesting. Yeah. Alright, that's pretty good. May 18th. Okay, oh, whoops. Doctor just says it's wears and tears on her lower back, old age. So one thing with old age is, like David would say, is liverwurst if you like it, and then back rubs or chiropractic appointment. Chiropractic. Right. Okay, good night, Misanthropy. Sorry you're having lower back pain, Steve-oo. I hope it gets better for you. I see the chat has pretty much stopped, probably because I stopped talking. I could go read a book. That might be a good thing. Oh, your mom is 76? That's pretty cool. Yeah. If she's, yeah, have her do those things. Those two things. And while you're young, make sure you eat, make sure you take calcium while you're young. So when you're your mom's age, that you will have stronger, healthy bones.
Okay.
Okay, welcome back, David.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for giving me the extra time. Thank you, Sarah. Enjoy your evening. She gets to have some unwind time, watch some TV, and kind of kick back. Enjoy. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, why did the ambulance workers have an observer vest on? I know. Yeah, that's what people do in crisis events. They're observers. Good point. Well, we clearly have different perceptions of how the world is, and we can all agree on the need to change it in a better way. But the depth of corruption that our government seems to be involved in is a point of difference. A lot of us don't realize how corrupt our government is. Okay, you lay down. Yeah. Yeah, okay, there you go. Well, just rest up, man, because if you have chest issues, you need to definitely ask your doctor or talk to a hospital or something. Oh, man. So the Bernie Mystery Soviet tapes are going to talk about a lot of weird stuff. Well, when he had his wedding there in the Soviet Union with his socialist wife, I guess they're communists. They're not really socialists. Meaning they like the Soviet Union. It's 1988, and the newlywed Bernie Sanders is in the Soviet Union with his wife, Jane, handing out gifts to the mayor of a mid-sized city that they befriended. The mood is festive as the two bestow the items: a Beatles album, a red Bernie for Burlington button, delicious Vermont candy, and a tape of tunes Sanders recorded himself with fellow artists from Vermont among other goodies. I've met many fine mayors in the United States, Sanders says, but I want to say that one of the nicest mayors I've ever met is the mayor of Yaroslav. At another point, a member of Sanders' delegation hands a Russian woman a small American flag. This is what the commie Bernie's, was up to back in 1988. Isn't that special? Right. Heart attacks may not always kill you, but you can develop such bad damage to your heart that you develop heart failure and have a much reduced exercise capacity, quality of life. Exactly. What I would recommend is getting to a doctor right away if you're having chest pain. That's for sure. Well, it could be like an unborn fart. They have those in the upper GI section of your body. Doctors don't know what to do about those. UBFs oftentimes mock actual heart problems. Also, hiatal hernia, indigestion, heartburn. They call it heartburn for a reason. It could be indigestion. But if you have a serious chest pain, you have to definitely go to a doctor. Definitely. And I would follow up with whatever they're doing and saying, yeah, help me. And you can get free health care in America by saying you're destitute, assuming you are destitute. You're not lying. Yeah, we have Medicaid for all right now. We don't need Medicare for all. That's an unnecessary rip-off expense. It's a way for big companies to make money like they did with Obamacare. The old idea of Obamacare, the pitch was anyone with a pre-existing condition would always be accepted. They made it so that people could be dropped from their insurance company with a pre-existing condition, and then they have to look around for much higher rates. I mean, it's a total joke. Anyone with pre-existing conditions should have stayed with their company because they should have bore the burden of the cost of that health care based on their rates, their pre-existing rates on actuarial studies. But no, Obamacare gave a free-for-all for anybody who wanted to fleece that person who was sick. What about a fart attack? Yeah, exactly. So an unborn fart could be something within your upper GI that you can't really deal with. But I'm not a doctor, so I can't tell you these things. But always go to a hospital if you have chest pain. What about gays in the military? Well, okay, Stormy, what do you say? Do you want to come out of the closet and claim you're a dude now? Stormy. That would be a shocker if Stormy Daniels claimed that she's not a woman. She's actually a tranny. That would send the whole one night with Stormy into a real panic. Donald would go, I don't know. He hasn't even admitted to having sex with her one night. Poor Melania. God, she's got to live with this guy. And he refuses to admit he's had extramarital affairs to her publicly. I mean, the least he could do is say, he could apologize for being an adulterer and tell all the Christians that he is seeking repentance from God. Oh, she already has gotten a nice payday out of it. Yeah. Anyway, they're working on getting Trump's tax returns without a subpoena. The Ways and Means Committee is working on a program that will actually completely avoid a subpoena, and I think it's within their right and control, and Mnuchin will be charged with contempt of court in about a week. Mnuchin, the Secretary of Treasury, is guarding his IRS payments, and this is the telltale sign of a liar. The fact that he said to everybody, oh, I'll gladly show you my tax returns, no problem. And then now we have this constant legal attack, and he's doing everything he can to defend those tax returns like they were a life force that he clung to. So we know that there's some truth in the deception of these tax returns, that they are going to show us the depths of the money that he received from the Russian oligarchs over the past 10 years. They probably maintained his entire income. Yeah, they probably kept his money coming in so he could call it a positive cash flow. And I'm sure it was like positive cash flow. Check this out.
Abraham Lincoln was elected to Congress in 1846. John Kennedy was elected to Congress in 1946. Abe Lincoln was elected president in 1860. John Kennedy was elected president in 1960. The names Lincoln and Kennedy both contain 7 letters. Both presidents were particularly concerned with civil rights. Both of the president's wives lost children while living in the White House. Both presidents were shot on a Friday in the head. President Lincoln's secretary was named Miss Kennedy. Kennedy's secretary was named Miss Lincoln. Both were assassinated by Southerners. Both were succeeded by Southerners. Andrew Johnson, who succeeded Lincoln, was born in 1808. Lyndon Johnson, who succeeded Kennedy, was born in 1908.
Whoa.
John Wilkes Booth, who assassinated Lincoln, was born in 1839. Lee Harvey Oswald, who assassinated Kennedy, in 1939.
Wow.
Both assassins were known by 3 names: John Wilkes Booth, Lee Harvey Oswald. Both names are comprised of 15 letters. President Lincoln was shot in a theater named Ford. Kennedy was shot in a car named Lincoln, made by Ford.
Wow.
John Wilkes Booth ran to a theater and was caught in a warehouse. Oswald ran from a warehouse and was caught in a theater.
Huh.
Booth and Oswald were both assassinated before they could go to trial.
Right.
And a week before Lincoln was shot, he was in Monroe, Maryland. A week before Kennedy was shot, he was with Marilyn Monroe.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, have a history teacher explain that if you can. My fellow Americans. Twilight Zone stuff, I know. And I heard this was first published in an article in Playboy magazine in 1969. And that's when I read the whole story. And it's quite a coincidence, I must say, yeah. I have 8 letters in my last name. I just feel that the Lincoln-Kennedy thing is too coincidental to even, you begin to wonder about parallel universes and things like that. Yeah. Right? 1969 has 69, and that's the key thing right there, yeah. Because you're in a 69. I know. I figured you were guessing that. I'm not psychic, that's the measured response of anyone who's obviously a perv. All right, so let's step out of our shell a little bit. Yeah, I've been trying to bring in more psychedelics into the show, and I found a really cool psychedelic generator on Cool Rock. And I'm going to go there again just to see how it looks. If you want to watch the show and interact in the community we have, Cool Rock community is coolrock.com is the website. And you can watch it and have fun with it and play music on it while you're watching the show and kind of mess around. And every box you can move around and, do as you wish with it. But yeah, we got some pretty weird psychedelic stuff from these weird Mr. Doob files. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, Mr. Doob has like wacky, bizarre Peter Max stuff, Whee! Or maybe some 3-dimensional balls. What do you say? Or let's just play cards. Pick a card, any card. Yeah, Mr. Doob. Or maybe you're a stainless steel ball kind of guy. And you're in the Matrix. And you just can't handle being the Matrix. So you change things up and form a cube. It's all in real time at Cool Rock. Yeah, that was fun. Okay, and yeah, I think we're done with that. I'm kind of freaking out, Dave. Yeah, okay. No big deal. We'll just play in the water. Yeah, the possibilities of parallel universes and interdimensional travel. I think we may have touched upon that in our discussion on Friday night, since we can kind of wander where we want to go, Freedom Friday. I've had a few experiences with paranormal experiences that I can't explain. I wish I could. So when I was a young man, I was studying science. I was pretty into science. In fact, I won a science and math award at my school. And I became obsessed with the scientific model and scientific method. And I would apply the scientific method to the kind of things that we've been seeing recently, like the terrorist attacks. And one of the first things you need to find out is you have to have evidence to support your hypothesis that maybe an attack occurred. You can't just say an attack occurred because somebody on the news said so. So I've applied that in my thinking, and I still do. I'm kind of a scientific empiricist, but I still wonder about that other aspect that cannot be verified by science, that cannot be proven and repeated, which science relies on to prove things. So I began to wonder if there wasn't another kind of a dimension that would explain ghosts. And maybe our fables of history, dealing with devils and whatnot, may have been related to mental illness, may have been describing people who are possessed, may just be psychotic. You never know. It may be that belief, maybe they're just mentally ill. So then it floats the question, are people mentally ill actually communicating with some other dimension? And for that matter, people who are mentally ill, are they actually demonically possessed? Anyway, we're never going to get answers to those questions, so why even have them, right? But you have a lot of things in this world that just don't make a lot of sense. I Have Diarrhea says, yes, demons are real. They are the fallen. Well, you have an interesting point, because there are people that possess a kind of an alternate personality. And if you've ever seen this happen in real time and talked to somebody who seems like something changed in them and they turned into a different person, the many historians would argue that could be a paranormal experience or a demonic possession. So the possibilities of demonic possessions are very real. I mean, to think that if science is bringing us to the realization there is a parallel universe or an interdimensional travel, which seems to be the going trend in string theory, that somehow you can skip into another time and space, which is the theory behind ghosts and their existence. You got to wonder, will we ever figure this out? Will science ever truly understand the mysteries that have plagued our world with questions for centuries? Okay. Here, Willie Pickles, I'm a time traveler. It takes me time to travel. Okay. They're changing the name from Stauford to Stoford. Okay, good to know. Bingo.
There is a paucity of mental health services.
Institutionalize mental health behind bars. Okay, well, that'll be fun. Talk about that. Yeah, I'm open to any link suggestions for our Friday show, because oftentimes things get forgotten, and the mentally ill are the ones that are frankly forgotten a lot. And you got another one? In Bali, the mentally ill are treated like animals. Wow. Another reveal. Okay. Kind of a documentary style approach to this mentally ill issues. Sure. I remember going to a movie when I was about 11 years old.
Because he's training me.
And the movie was about the mental hospitals in America that were like snake pits. It was a very profound movie. It talked about how they mistreat mental health. In so many ways, they treat people like they are demonically possessed. And it's kind of a weird experience to actually see these snake pits up close. I had an opportunity to do that too. I was visiting a family member who was stuck in an institution like that. And it was a very sad experience to see that people are treated like animals in these types of institutions. So we still have a lot of that going on, and nursing homes too. A lot of Alzheimer's clinics are not properly treating people right, and there's very little oversight. Ever since George W. Bush, we haven't even had an 800 number to call for elder abuse, other than 911, you know. Nursing homes really are scary places, and I've encountered a lot of weird things in my local nursing homes that I would like to report, but I just don't have anyone to report it to. So there's a lot of people wondering about the quality of care that is going on, and it's really it's completely lowered, and people can't trust these places with their family members. I saw a woman, 92 years old, with a scab on her forehead and a bruise. I said, "What happened to you?" "They hit me." And she said repeatedly, "They hit me." So I went to the DHS worker on staff, not DHS, but DSHS, the health department. I went to the worker on staff, this big, huge, rotund woman, must have weighed 400 pounds. And I said, "There's a 92-year-old there that claimed that she's been hit by one of the workers." "Oh, yeah, they say that all the time. We get that. We get a lot of that stuff." Well, you should report it. Okay. Bottom line is they don't, and she didn't. So a lot of this goes on. We need something of oversight. We need more videotape monitoring of nursing homes. Hopefully they'll be able to do that in San Francisco with the new anti-facial recognition software. You spent your whole life in the city where junk is king and the air smells shitty? Wow, man. Have you ever considered driving out into the country or taking a bus trip and just getting the hell out of Dodge? I mean, there are people in New York City that never leave the city. They're born there and they die there. Well, you should. No matter what city you're in, there's bound to be something nice and rural that you can go to. And believe it or not, it's incredibly reasonable to settle on the East Coast. I'm not kidding. I mean, you don't need that much money to build a new house and a new life in some remote area near a major city. So let's go to Zillow.com and see if I can find some property in Raleigh, North Carolina. Okay, we're going to find something in the $30,000 range. There's 6 results, 30,000. And the home type would be houses, condos, townhouses. Okay, and we'll go to 2 beds. Oh, dang. Wow. Apparently they were a townhouse. I better just go to any. Nope, nothing happening. No, I think I set my parameters wrong. Oh my gosh, I did some traveling and I found a lot of places. Let's see if we can find a real house here. No kidding, really? Okay, check this out. This beautiful house, 2-bedroom, 1 bath. It's only got 769 square feet, but that is in Belhaven, North Carolina. And it is pretty decent. Look at that. It's got a nice deck. Look at this. Check this out. Look at the back rooms. It's got the wall, the typical paneling. You can also paint over that, texture it. That could be texture painted. The whole interior could be fixed up. That is pretty decent for $30,000. Look at that. It's got a nice little sub basement there. That is not bad. So case in point. Yeah, pretty nice. 2-bedroom, 1-story on a 50 by 160 foot parcel, just minutes to downtown Belhaven. Shops, restaurants, medical facilities, boat launch, ramp, and waterfront. Little fixer-upper, just looking for your personal preferences. It's a raised home, lot with some trees, surrounded deck, laundry room with washer and dryer and hookups. Okay, there you have it. Zillow.com, $30,000 will put you in a nice area in North Carolina. And the house does not smell like moose feet. Okay, so that's $30,000. Let's see what $1 million gets you in LA. No, I think it was a pretty good deal, you know. Check it out. A lot of houses in LA for $1 million. Apparently that's the going price for houses in LA. Might be better off buying a barge. Wow. Okay. Well, there are a lot of choices though. There's still some houses for $289, but this is a $749 house, $749,000 in Chino. Lovely home. Beautiful raised deck. Dual garages. Beautiful entryway. Open format. Wow, spacious, nice wood floors. $749,000. And you don't even have a swimming pool. So if I'm going to go looking for houses and I'm going to spend $749,000, I'm going to at least add more, and I'm going to put in there swimming pool. Keyword pool. Okay, updating information, done. Randomly hit this house. It's a regular suburban home. It was down $500,000 in LA. Jurupa Valley, actually. Wow. Nice. Jurupa Valley. Oh, nice kitchen. This is not bad for $500,000. That is nice. You have to go to the outskirts to do that. But I don't see the swimming pool. There it is. Ah, yes, thank you. Love it. Get ready for a nice little dip. What? This nice backyard has a lovely kidney bean shaped swimming pool with outbuildings, place for animals. Oh my gosh, a stable for horses. Oh, see, now that's not bad. I would go to Jurupa just to get the swimming pool and the place for the horses. That would be pretty good for 500 grand. So you can still find value in LA. Your friend lived in a garage in LA? Wow. Tiny pools are a waste of money? Well, they are a lot of work. I took care of a pool for 20 years, but it was a 30-foot pool. Yeah, it's always somebody's dream to have a pool. What are you saying please for? Oh, please explain this? Follow the White Rabbit. Okay, there's a Rothschild video that you brought me. Excellent. Good. Right on, bingo. You're expanding your consciousness. I like it. Thank you. I'll play that tonight. Right on. Well, there's always the possibility you could actually, instead of buying a pool and spending $500,000 and fixing it up and taking care of it, you could just go to a hotel with a swimming pool for a night. I mean, it's a lot cheaper. Just a thought. You know, if you want to get it out of your system, you want to have that swimming pool experience, just go to a hotel. You know, when you get in the upper territory of paying like $250 a night, you can bring 3 or 4 people with you and it's the same price. You have a party. 3 or 4 people pitch in for a room, $250 a night, swimming pool privileges. Party! I sound like I'm really in the party mood. Yeah. It's Friday night and I'm partying. At America's Third Party. Wow. Man, I found some really cool things back there. I just got to find out where it was. trying to find out. Yeah, I had something really cool just a few minutes ago, and I was on the Cool Rock site, and I just couldn't find exactly where. Nope, that's not it. Nope, I'm having a hard time finding it. Mr. Doob is... Uh-oh. Mr. Anderson. It's the Matrix, Mr. Anderson. It's the world we live. But you, Mr. Anderson, you believe in Zion. But you see, Zion is everything it's not. It continually flexes into something different. Yeah, I'm still looking for that. That's kind of cool. Yeah, see, it's the freedom to draw. That's what I wanted to bring to you guys. The freedom to draw. Ooh. I don't think that's a mystery to anybody, really. I mean, the simplicity of wanting to understand your bowel movements by smelling yourself is part of the autonomic nervous system alerting itself to the necessary ingredients in your bowels that are posing problems for your chemical balances and your hormones. Smelling your own farts is just a way of becoming in one with yourself and in tune with your body. Why do you ask me such impossible questions? Why do you smell your own farts? It's like, why? Why do you go there? And it's like, are you worshiping evil? Whoa. Mr. Eclipse. This is it. Yeah. Okay, I got to remember that. Okay, and then I was down here. Man, some of these things are really amazing. I clicked on one earlier and I forgot which one it was. Huh. Every one of these takes you on a journey of visual, incredible visual. Yeah. Let's take a look at this one. Exploring Mars Map Panorama Pictures. This is probably produced by NASA. I don't wear wigs on Friday. I like my hair. Rewind the Red Planet. Ooh, whoa. Whoa, look at that. Yeah, kind of, you can toggle back and forth to the planet, back and forth. I believe you can go to another planet. Oh, you can spin it. Yeah, this is an entire visual tour of the Mars planet. Then drag the panorama. Drag the panorama. Would you like to go to Mars and visit the panorama? This is actually Greenland that they photographed. They made us think that it was Mars because, well, they wouldn't want us to believe that we never really sent a rover there. You know? Anyway, you can do whatever you want. This is one of the coolest aspects of the site. And you can find it on this section right in Mr. Doob. It's right next to the kind of green thing that says type. It's this one right here. Anyway, I had fun earlier. We were playing some music and we had some amazing stuff. But you got to remember where you went. Otherwise, you have to spend your time finding it later. There's a Rubik's Cube. Whoa. You can do your own Rubik's Cube. Fun stuff. All right. Thought I'd share that. That's Cool Rock, which is an amazing place. CoolRock.com. I put this together just as a way of, you know, plugging stuff in and making it look good. Yes, Cool Rock is my flagship social networking site that I'm just in the early stages. I've only been doing this for, I would say, 15, 14 years now.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide. We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch virtual chat, great music, and interactive news mix.
All right. Yeah, that's the goal, is to have fun. And I'm very bored with visual stuff, so I like to constantly mix things up. Dave is the flave of my aftershave. Now is the time for Dave. Yeah, I just think that we've got this problem with corruption at the highest level. When Hunter Biden's car was found recently, a rental car that he used that had Hunter's ID in it and 2 driver's licenses with a crack pipe. And they also found a couple other things like diplomatic passports and things. That it just looks very suspicious. And Biden, of course, is trying to cover up that Ukrainian thing, and he managed to get the Ukrainians to say that they'd never had any malfeasance with Biden and Hunter. So that vindicated him. But when you see a rental car with points all over the place to a drug use and possible identity theft, you got to wonder. There's a Biden article for you. That'll keep you busy. I'm going to have to open up a Flipboard for Biden, because I think he's going to be the Democratic contender unless he has another aneurysm and more brain surgery. I know. We'd like to chat in Skype. I know. I'm trying to figure out how to do that. I have to buy a Skype card to do that. Yeah, I put it in politics. Political cover-up. There we go. Flip it into political cover-up. And then the immigration guy is trying to explain Donald Trump's merit-based immigration system while he's talking about moving 225,000 immigrants to shelters across the United States. So Trump has already hired a contractor to transport them. And here's one of his guys explaining what's happening.
Like President Trump mentioned, we have not seen immigration reform in a very long time. Our members of Congress have not acted on that issue. However, one of the very important pieces of that legislation, that plan, would be border security, to be able to take care of the immediate border crisis that we have right now. As it stands right now, we've pretty much lost control of our border because of this crisis. More of our agents are now doing other duties than border security. Now, he touches up on border wall in 33 different areas. He talks about strengthening the ports of entry. And those are great points. But I think the president's plan is going to work hand in hand with the legislation introduced by Senator Lindsey Graham. And I think that's going to be the great solution to solve this very serious crisis that we have on the border.
What about the elements that are not in the plan? As we mentioned, it doesn't mention any changes in terms of immigrants who were brought to the U.S. illegally as minors or adults, dreamers. It doesn't address immigrants who have received temporary status to live in the U.S. Because of natural disasters like earthquakes, things like that. What do you think about the things that are not included?
So President Trump has talked about the dreamers, and that he has a very big heart for dreamers, and that he's a very passionate person, a compassionate person. So those are things that are missing in this plan. However, the Democrats need to come to the negotiation table and deal with President Trump and negotiate on those items that they do want. I think Lindsey Graham mentioned it perfectly last time. He said, look, come talk to me, Democrats. Come talk to me, and we'll find a solution. But what we cannot afford is for these members of Congress to not act anymore. Yeah. We cannot continue to ignore the problem that we have on the border. And this is something that we need to work on. And if the Democrats don't agree with the plan, the way it was introduced, come to the table. Come talk to President Trump. Come talk to the other.
They have for the past 2 years, buddy. Yeah. The Democrats tried to talk to him about DACA, and they even offered Donald Trump $25 billion for the wall. Trump refused to discuss DACA at all. That's the history of this entire thing. So this guy's talking through his orifice. Yeah, not exactly a real person. All right. Sad but true. Oh no, not Bernie. Anything there in that article? Bernie was trying to establish a sister city near Leningrad. Like Moscow and Yaroslavl and Leningrad, now known as St. Petersburg, have sister cities in the U.S. That's why he was over there in Russia in 1988. Anyone ever seen Cocaine? What we found in the archives of Bernie Sanders' long-lost TV show. This is interesting. Okay. It's at the height of the Just Say No campaign. Okay, we'll have to look at this tonight too.
An issue that is being examined increasingly around this country is the very, very serious issue of how the media is covering public life. And I think what we have to look at and analyze is how good a job does the free press do.
So, this isn't a home video of Bernie Sanders and his son. It's a clip from his show Bernie Speaks with the Community, a TV series from the 1980s that he created when he was mayor of Burlington.
Bernie, have you ever been on a horse before? Yes. All right. Does it look like I have not been? What are we doing here?
I watched all 50-some episodes, and it shows this young Sanders making his first attempt, or one of his first attempts, at creating his own media.
The God's honest truth is, the day after I was elected mayor, I said to some of my colleagues, we can't survive, we're going to have to develop our own media. Now, let me play roving reporter here. Let me see what we could do here.
He wanted to put it in his own hands. He wanted to control the media that was coming out about him and about the things that he was trying to do in the city. And because he feels as though he's going up against the establishment in every single way, the political establishment, the business establishment, and the media establishment, he thinks he needs to create his own media and really get his message out there.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. I think that, beating the Soviet Union to create a sister city thing for Vermont, if they want to pick him apart for that, I would rather attack Bernie Sanders on his attempt to try to claim that prisoners should have voting rights. I think that's ridiculous. It undermines the very basic tenet of our republic, participatory democracy, and people of and by the people. Prisoners are not in our society. They have been detached from our society and put in a special place for re-education for what they did. They don't deserve the same rights that we deserve. So that's a very big flaw in his campaign, wanting to make prisoners voters. I don't know where he's coming from. I suppose if they serve their time and over time that they should be allowed to vote in our society, but when you think about it, it's a pretty grave mistake they made when they violated the laws of the land. And it makes you wonder, why should they be a participating element in making this a better country when they've already committed a severe crime? Makes you wonder. I'm not really that into Bernie, so I'd rather play some games. I showed you the pinball game on this Cool Rock site. That was pretty cool. This is Car Visualizer. I'm going to mute the site, make sure it doesn't hit you with anything big. Whoa. You're in the Car Visualizer mood. 1963, wow. You can look at this car up and down. That is one of my favorite cars, actually. It looks like a Jaguar. That's a pretty cool site. Yeah, that's another aspect of this site. And you just go to any one of these buttons here and you see these things. I think this is the one. No, that's not the one. City of Drones. Explore the endless city through the eyes of a drone. You can control your drone camera view by moving the mouse over the screen. Select the next city intersect section on the HUD by choosing up, down, or... Well, yeah. Who doesn't want to do this? Wow. That is awesome. These are cloud-based programs that are amazing that I loaded onto our site, coolrock.com. Okay, I'm getting stressed out. But all of this is available to look at, at our website, coolrock.com. It's under the category of Mr. Doob, and you want to click on the button right next to type. So here's type, and then the button right next to that will open up all these different tracks of three-dimensional cloud-based interactive programs. It's just amazing. Okay, I am addicted to the site. I can't help it. That's why I created it, because I love looking at things on the internet. And of course, Web Oasis, the top button up here, is really a cool button. Man, I cannot stop looking at things on the internet now. And I showed you earlier in the pre-show how the sidebar here at Web Oasis, if you want to play an arcade game from the 1960s, click on pinball. I'm telling you, man, I am rocking out on Cool Rock. I wanted to create a site that I enjoyed, because I like art and music, and I love, stimulating that side of my brain. And well, a new fridge, you want to look on Craigslist, I think. Craigslist has fridges. Just go to refrigerator. Yeah, and then look in your area. I'm in the northwest sector, but I look for refrigerator, and I'll show you the kind of deals you're going to get. You want to put it in the category of lowest cost first. So hit this button right here where the price arrow goes up, and then the nearest thing that'll be within your budget will be right. Vintage General Electric refrigerator that works. That's really too old. I mean, this is like a Frigidaire kind of thing. But this one right here from the 60s is $50. It has an ice maker, refrigerator. That's pretty much what you're going to be looking at. $50. It's an old-fashioned one, but it still works. Cedro Woolley. Okay. So that's what you're shooting for. I'm still looking at that house in Zarupa. Yeah, with a horse place for your horse. Anyway, I take days during the week to look at things that are kind of interesting on the internet, but finding a low-cost property in California is a waste of time. You're not going to find much at all. But you go to the other side of the country and say Jacksonville, Florida. Up to 50,000. Let's see what pops up. Waiting for a nice house here. This is right near the water. 1,300 square feet. Man, it's got a really close access to the water for $49,000. And you are literally right next to that beautiful location where you can walk out of the water in Jacksonville, Florida. I've never been there, but I've wanted to go with Sarah, but that's a nice place. Right down the street, you have a little access to the water. That is decent. Yeah, I like it. It's got basic wall construction. It looks like it's a modular or a mobile home or something that was developed, but it doesn't seem like it's in a mobile home spot. $49,000 overlooking the water. No, I don't think it's flooded. When you do a search like that, you want to find something that's, you know, you want near someplace that looks good. So do you want to live in a neighborhood where, you know, a couple other houses are in that circuit, that cul-de-sac? You're right on the highway. It's kind of mobile home central there. A lot of retirees. Yeah. That's where you'd be living, right there. Nice. It's not bad. Oops. Exit stage right. I'm back. So we're talking about a 1,000-mile container fence costing $1 billion to cover the area near the border, whereas Trump wants $7.8 billion, and he wants to have a Mexican company, CEMEX, make it. That makes no sense. Didn't he say Mexico was going to pay for the fence? The wall, because he stole my fence idea. You like that house, Fafufi, Fafuho, Fafafuho, hee-ha. Hi. Yeah, but isn't it fun to go on Zillow? I love the freedom of navigating on the internet. In a world. I enjoy traveling around the internet. Zillow does a really good thing of, you know, gives you that total access. If you want to look at property and, you know, you're not buying, you're just looking just for the heck of it. It's not a bad pastime. It's kind of fun. They give you samples of the houses here so you can go through them and just look. That kind of appeals to me, but it doesn't show a property price, yeah. No, that's a garage. So you get some really downer properties for the same price. Ooh, this is in relief. This is $15,000. Yeah. That's in bad shape. That's a real fixer-upper, and you won't even see the inside because it's so gutted. Somebody just didn't take care of that place out in the middle of nowhere. Look at that. Wow. That's a trip. It's a street view. Oh, really? You got neighbors? Really? Oh, it's actually oh, yeah, you do have neighbors. Okay. All right, I don't want to waste your time here looking at houses, but that's what you can do on Zillow and find stuff that's pretty good. Okay. Okay, Trump is now flipping, the bipolar president is now flipping, and he says steel tariffs will be lifted. Well, I'll be darned. Canada and Mexico is going to lift those steel tariffs. Well, good for him. The bipolar president now is pushing back on reports of conflict between Pompeo and Bolton amid Iran tensions. It came down to him wanting to attack Iran and then talking to the State Department and saying, no, I didn't mean it. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, and then a severe weather outbreak could affect millions this weekend across the central United States. And this weirdo had accused of having molested 177 male students, Ohio State University, The guy died in 2005, so it's not like, you know, you can deal with the guy, but he got away with molesting 177 boys as a doctor. Sanders is set to become the first 2020 candidate to call for a ban on for-profit charter schools. Well, frankly, I mean, he wants to socialize everything, so what's the difference? They're going up against the for-profit charter school business run by Betsy DeVos, who's patting her pocket right now. I agree with Bernie Sanders that for-profit charter schools are really very disastrous when they suck our tax dollars down. But then public schools don't deliver that much better of a product when you think about it. I'd like to be the first candidate to offer homeschool funding for parents to homeschool their kids. That would be better. Charter schools are mismanaged, I agree. And there's no oversight. Whereas our public school system has oversight and teachers have to be screened and everything. But I'd like to give parents who do homeschooling a chance to get some money. If the kids perform well on tests, they should be able to get some money, some tax dollars. There's no trade war with Mexico and Canada, but the trade war is going full speed ahead with China. Donald Trump is still at standstill with China, the most important nation of all. Dropping tariffs on steel, that was expected with Mexico and Canada. Yeah, I think kids do need to interact. That's why we could have, like, you know, offer groups with big brothers, big sisters, offering alternatives, maybe even gathering places where kids can gather at our malls, supervised by adults, and everything videotaped so adults aren't, you know, doing weird things. That'd be kind of cool. Bring your homeschool kid to the mall and have them play with other kids. Yeah, that would work. I'd like to see a big reformation in our malls across the country. Oh, good. Your bathroom's more adapted at this place you're living? That's good. Yeah, I'd like to see malls kind of have a revival where people go to them as a place for fun activities. Every mall in America could kind of have a revival. And I could see venues for kiosks for people to sell their wares. Even families could come in and bring their stuff they want to sell, rent a space for $5, that kind of thing. I don't really want to go to BitChute, but thank you. I don't know. I'm saying Generation Z could very well stay at home and do nothing. I'm just thinking, because there's such a disconnect for a lot of young people with social life, that we need some place to gather for kids and older adults too. Like we could have an 18 and over at one side of the mall and under 18 on the other side of the mall. Every mall has a left and a right, a front and a back. So we could have a separation there so that, we have like juice bars and things on the kids' side. Kids could just literally drink juice. And on the adult side, they could have juice bars, coffee, and wine and beer. And then the nightlife would go on, say, 18 hours a day and into the evening, and then close down in the evening and do a cleanup. But everyone could leave their stuff. We'd have a lockable mall kiosks for everybody if they want to sell their stuff there and go back every day and put their stuff out for $5. We could also have a way of doing like a weekend scavenger hunt where anybody goes in the door and picks up a ticket at every booth can go out the door with a free gift if they have all the tickets all on a piece of paper, something like that. But without any thinking, any way of reviving our retail sector, Trump is dead in the water. We're essentially in the doldrums with this guy. His entire economic revival revolves around him moving his mouth going, "Oh, I've done so well. The economy's doing so well. We're in record territory. We're at 4% unemployment." Sorry, buddy, but you've got like 45% unemployment. 97 million people are not working in America out of a potential workforce of 215 million. and not counting kids and old people and illegal aliens, we could veritably we're looking at 45% unemployment right now. That's why people are homeless in your area, sitting on the street begging. When your car pulls around, your kids say, "Mommy, what's wrong with those people?" Well, they're homeless. Well, why don't you give them food? We don't give a crap about them. Later, click. What do you tell your kids? You're driving by all these homeless people. They're all dying on the street. What are you telling your kids? We're making America great again. Donald Trump is doing a good job. This is a big, huge hypocrisy we're living in. Yeah, they count people who work 4 hours a week as a working person. Well, the actual unemployment rate is based on people who collect unemployment insurance. And most people drop off the list at 24 weeks. When Obama was going, he had people going there 99 weeks. You could collect. People got $45,000 collecting unemployment insurance when Obama was president. Now we've got the Trumpocracy. That's a good one. Well, you tell your kids study hard or end up on the street barely able to make a living. There you go. Well, use it as an incentive, sure. You don't want to be like them, the homeless, the unwashed. So study hard and you won't turn into a loser. Well, we came to the conclusion last week on Truth Tuesday, this past week, that if you don't conform, you don't live in America. Well, many Democrats don't realize Obama was bought off. They actually believe that he was a social justice warrior, that he was actually he worked his way hard up through the ranks of the Democratic Party. Barack Obama was a CIA agent. He was handpicked to be who he was. And everything about him was fake, including his Harvard degree. He never went to Harvard. Right. Well, if there is a Mossad plan to do false flags like in New Zealand, Sri Lanka, and if the Mossad are busily trying to push this, thank you, guest 6223. No, we're all losing. Don't get me wrong. We're all losing in this big battle to survive. The whole world is getting worse and worse. We're all losers. The whole human race is losing. But I'd like to call you a winner among the losers, if that's okay with me. I'm not here to claim I'm a winner. No. We're all losing. The whole world is losing because the environment is destroying us, and we're destroying the environment. Our two-party system in America has left us with no answers, no solutions. We've got GMOs forced upon us in our food, taking in more glyphosate, Roundup than any other product because that's what they were genetically modified to do. Now, I'm not the smartest man in the world, nor do I claim to be. I'm just a very, very smart person. I don't claim to be the smartest person in the world. I'm not really that good on trivia, frankly. I'm more of a deep thinker. I'm not that inclined to just soak up trivia, store it in my brain cells. Oh, this is good. Corporatism, Fox Video. Okay. But you're right. The Mossad could be behind some of these false flags, and they may be setting up the Palestinians to, for people to dislike Muslims. I don't believe that even...
Okay, let's get back to you.
Okay, Ron Paul. Okay, we'll play him. I like Ron Paul. I don't believe that the recent wave, I call it Caliphate 2, the recent wave of hatred toward Muslims, generated by these recent events in Sri Lanka and New Zealand. I think that we have to look at the possibility that we're being played and that there's not enough evidence to support that these claims are real. And there's a reason why Ilhan Omar is still in the mix, because she's the poster child of who to hate. And that's why Trump hasn't gone after the fact that she's got a brother she married in order to make him a U.S. citizen. Otherwise, that's a complete ICE crime. She could be arrested tomorrow. But Trump isn't doing a damn thing with Ilhan Omar. And because he's not doing anything with her, and because he's not doing anything with Elizabeth Warren's DNA test, she needs to be charged with perjury. And then she would remove herself from running for president, no doubt. But she needs to be charged with perjury and violation of the affirmative action laws that were set up to not allow people to cheat. She openly cheated, claimed she was Cherokee Indian and got a free education at Harvard, and went on to earn probably $500,000 as a professor, a minority professor. And that was my idea, to investigate that. Trump called it his Pocahontas moment, and he kept calling her Pocahontas. I came up with the idea to get a DNA test from Elizabeth Warren. It was my idea. And I would have prosecuted her. Once that DNA came back as less than 1%, half of 1%, any Native American in her butt. I have more Native American in me, or you do. Most Indo-Europeans have more Native American in their blood than Elizabeth Warren. Yet none of us got any access to college. So Trump not in any way prosecuting her, as well as not prosecuting Hillary Clinton, means that Donald Trump is basically part of the deep state. Judge him by his actions. I don't like Ben Carson. He went after his mother with a ball-peen hammer. There's something unstable about him. And then he openly admitted it, which is, I'm glad he did, but I mean, still, how do you run for president and claim you openly went after your mother with a ball-peen hammer? That's pretty seriously messed up. Well, every Indo-European has about 1% Native American in our bloodstream, just through crossbreeding with people that may have had a distant relative. But the reality is she has half of 1%, which means that she totally violated perjury laws when she wrote her name on there claiming she's Cherokee Indian. She's a total fraud. Elizabeth Warren needs to go to jail and pay back the American government for the money she received to go to college. She'd be hit with a large penalty of $500,000 or minimum, or $1 million, at least. But the bottom line is, really, Trump isn't going to do any of that, because Trump likes these scapegoats in the Democratic Party. They even say that Trump wants to be impeached by these people. He's goading them into impeachment in the House just to make a fool out of them when they don't succeed in the Senate. But I believe the Senate may actually have to rethink their plan in the next year. I believe the Republican-led Senate, now we've made it very clear that Lindsey Graham is getting money from Russia to get reelected. He got $800,000 to get reelected in his local race, Lindsey Graham. And Mitch McConnell as well got money like that from Russia. And they're both the advocates of no collusion, no obstruction. So there's a reason why they're doing it, because they're working for Russia. So this story is getting more and more realistic for the average viewer, and they're beginning to see that Trump really is working for Russia, and it's getting more and more realistic that he may be impeached, especially if he keeps going up against Nadler. Representative Nadler said he's bound by the rule of law. He doesn't want impeachment. He doesn't think it's likely, but he said it's unavoidable if Trump keeps acting this way. Meanwhile, I'd rather talk about the rape of our planet and what they're doing in the airs above us. We're literally, the skies above us are being poisoned with chemicals, and we're all breathing this in. It's sad, really. And there's not a damn thing you and I can do to stop it. We're literally like insects, unaware of the pesticides being sprayed on our heads. But we can build a political movement to raise awareness for this climate rape that's been happening. Now, Trump says there's no climate change. He's totally in denial. Most Republicans are, but they have a good point. Our world is actually headed toward an ice age, but it's going to take about 250 years to get there. We're at the beginning, but climate rape is happening artificially because of all the sprays that they're using. So they're literally trying to create this rapid climate change to address their goal of Agenda 2030. And the UN has a specific goal of depopulation. So if they spray us and take away our ability to fight illness with whatever they're spraying, that also fits into their goal of getting rid of the population. Yeah, rape the sky. Trend it. You don't like climate rape? I thought you had you laid down for some rest. Okay.
You saw that lovely graphic there, capitalism versus socialism. I'm going to play you a real fast clip from our town hall. Roll that tape again.
I don't know what you're laughing at, young man, but you can learn something. I invested in land. I've now got a profitable tree farm, employs people in a very depressed area. And now, with my wealth that I made by myself, I'm looking after 6 kids and 9 grandchildren, and I'm not looking for anything off you.
Okay, I was getting a little excited that Ron Paul...
Ron Paul says, I haven't acknowledged the current economic system as a good expression of a true free market. So true. Ron Paul up and running, talking. Okay, well, it's good he's still back in politics. I am going to sign off. I'm glad I had a little extra time to talk because I kind of felt like I had hit all the talking points. But yeah, sometimes the show just rolls on and I get those grooves and I can't stop myself. So I will sign off tonight. We'll be back with our Sustainable Saturday tomorrow. Thank you. Ocasio-Cortez asked pharma CEO why HIV drugs cost $8 overseas but $1,780 in the U.S. There you go. Ask the big questions. I like that. Maybe she'll learn something. Okay. Hey, I'm glad she's asking questions. That's good, because she obviously doesn't know much. So, in a way, it's good that she's asking questions. All right, we're going to sign off. Thank you for coming in. I'll be back tomorrow at 5 o'clock, but you can watch shows and videos till 2 in the morning tonight. That's all part of the experience of America's Third Party. We got a 9-hour show daily from 5 to 2 a.m. Enjoy while it's free, because it's going to remain free. Thank you. Take care, everyone. Good night.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat.